Hey everyone, welcome to today's episode of A City's Independence. I hope that you all are ready for this. I'm gonna go ahead and get the other reactives loaded in while I talk. But for starters, today's episode is episode 2 of A City's Independence, and so this is one of the three-part prologue games for Val'Ghast, which sets up the setting of Val'Ghast and begins to tell our story here. Today we have all 5 players with us, and I will introduce them in a moment. However, a couple of notes for the audience. The next game for Val'Ghast is in 2 weeks' time on the 20th at 4 p.m. US East. After that, we have, from a scheduling standpoint for Val'Ghast, the session. Before that, we have the session 0 for Prison of Al-Hadun. That is on the 13th. That is at 2 p.m. US East. So if you're in Prison of Al-Hadun, that is your session 0. Be ready for that. The games for Prison of Al-Hadun are on September 17th, October 1st, and October 15th. The next Heresy and Damnation game is tomorrow at 7 p.m. US East, and our next session for Lost in Theros is the 17th of August at 7 p.m. US East. Okay. The session 0 for Prison of Al-Hadun is next Saturday, actually. Our prologue game wrap-up is on November 12th at 4 p.m. US East. That is where all the players who have played in the prologues can come and ask me questions about what happened in the prologues. During that, I'll also field questions from the audience, and anything that you guys are allowed to know, I will answer questions about during the prologue wrap-up. That is on November 12th at 4 p.m. US East. The pool to play meeting, which is the most important meeting for the first 3 full campaigns of Val'Ghast, is on the 19th of November at 1 p.m. US East. Show up to that if you're in the pool to play. If you want to play in a Val'Ghast main campaign, that is the time to go. Go there, you get your spot, you draw your lot for which game you're going to be in, and that's based on priority order. And priority order is decided by basically how many games you've played with me, and it's basically the most fair way to make sure that everyone gets a chance to play, especially those people who are new. With that in mind, that's it for announcements, more or less. Let's go ahead and introduce our players for the evening. Raven, go ahead.
I am Raven. I am joining here for the second episode. I wasn't able to make it the first episode. I'm happy to be here.
Great. Go ahead, Tao.
I'm Tao, playing our great fighter battle master, ready to kick some ass on the second episode.
Okay, go ahead, Jer.
Hi, I'm Jer. I'm playing Boris, and you probably already know me.
Well, Mr. Famous.
Yes, totally.
Okay, go ahead, Doris.
Hi, I am Darrow. I'm definitely not as famous, but I hope I'm more pretty. I'm playing Diffidence, and I'm happy to be here.
Definitely more pretty.
And last but not least, our special guest. Go ahead, Tony, and you can feel free to give yourself a little plug.
I'm Tony. I'll be playing Aurelio, your friendly neighborhood paladin. I run the 5e actual podcast, all flex, no decks. I'm stoked to be here. Episode 2.
I'm so glad you're stoked to be here. All Flex No Dex is an actual play podcast that airs on pretty much everywhere that podcasts happen, and is takes place in a world of your own design, I believe, right? And
Yeah. World I made up called Epia.
yeah. You have a couple of colorful characters on that show, and basically, you guys do adventuring stuff in a world that is just overflowing with magic. So it's good fun.
And each world, the podcast itself is based on a valley full of magic and dragons and bullshittery. And then the rest of the world's kind of like split up into different sections.
Mm.
You see all that in the text games on our Discord and in the one shots we're trying to run.
Absolutely. Yeah, and it's a good time. I recommend it. So check out All Flex No Dex whenever you get a chance. And with that in mind, we have here's our link to our Discord if you'd like to stop by and join us. And we're going to go ahead and read in. So, just a second. The sovereign kingdom of Krunth is a nation that is on the brink of all-out war. In the streets of its capital, Fordeth, there is a symphony at work, the crashing of hammer upon steel, forging arms and armor, the marching of boots against cobblestone, parents holding their children, whispering assurances, the thunder of hooves as cavalry form and leave the city. It has become a cacophonous place since the first expeditionary forces were dispatched south to the region of Val'Ghast to hold the line in a kingdom that no longer exists, against an enemy that has every intention of wiping humanity from the face of the earth. The Talion Crusade, an army of demons, legions strong, has cut a bloody swath from the south of the Cheyenne Sand Sea all the way to Val'Ghast, killing entire nations and city-states as they go, raising the dead to bolster their ranks. Nothing has blunted their unholy crusade for nearly a decade until they met the mighty Krunthian steel of the first expeditionary. While they buy precious time with their lives, the nation of Krunth prepares for total war. Failure means complete annihilation. The band sent on this mission have arrived in the city of Kel'Alee, rather just outside it. The border guards have let them through without much harassment. Getting into the city is another matter, and delivering the documents under their control is the true endeavor. They had last braved Western Skaraptica. The ancient forest contains no roads from any Krunthian cities to Kel'Alee. Skaraptica is a wood of eternal night due to its canopy being so thick. Through this darkness they traveled, preyed upon by monstrous tree and haunting specter. Conquering the fear Skaraptica inspires is no mean feat. Let me go ahead and preload our city of Kel'Alee. An arrival that feels like a long time coming. Bright light shines ahead as the break in the forest is finally there. There appears to be a road that wraps around the city, and on the highland cliffs of rugged granite and basalt sit a ring of towers high over the canopy of Western Skaraptica. No wall connects these towers, as the cliffs themselves form a high enough obstacle to those that would seek to breach the city. As you draw closer to the road, you begin to hear the faint notes of pleasant music. You recall that Kel'Alee is known as the City of Songs, rumored to be a center of arts and music. You all begin right there. And the scene is yours. It is the 5 of you plus Baldric Kane. If you needed a refresher as to what he looked like. Let me go ahead and pull his gallery. Okay. Scene is yours.
It's good to be out of the woods again. If I pull another tick out of my beard, I might disturb their colony.
They're just telling you need a good wash.
I wouldn't want to disturb my manly natural odor.
You guys can
So
see
we've
the map,
seen-
correct?
Yeah, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
just wanted to make sure. You had a question.
Do we see anyone else? Do we see anyone else on the road?
Not at the
Has
moment.
anyone else spotted us?
Not at the moment, no. This little area up here that you're at right now seems to be unoccupied at the moment. There isn't anyone currently working in the logging camp. The ruler is out of scale, and don't worry about that. But the road is more or less empty at the moment.
Quick refresher, because I don't use the site ever, besides playing with you guys. How do I move the map around?
You would want to right-click. That will allow you to move the map around.
Aha, technology.
Mm-hmm.
Baldur's his name, right? Our undead buddy?
Baldric, yes.
Baldric. Before we go farther, Baldric, we need to have some words with you.
Oh?
We are on a mission, and it is a very, very, very important mission, and your existence might jeopardize that.
Hmm.
It is likely not wise for the both of us to be associated together as we enter the city.
He looks thoughtful for a moment, and then he says, I understand. You wish to distance yourself from myself, correct?
It means
Yes.
the idea of you is disturbing.
And the idea of you is disturbing as well, my friend.
Both are fair.
I think what he means is, the undead are illegal in Cruinth.
Oh, no, I understand. I was just being funny.
I liked the joke.
Sure you did.
If it's at Dividence's expense, it's hilarious.
Wait, you guys were joking?
I was.
I wasn't.
Well, it was a pleasure to be a temporary companion of yours.
I'm sure I speak. Good.
I think it might
The
have...
fact that it was temporary is very pleasant indeed.
I think we had some background mic noise that interrupted you, Tony.
Ah, okay. I think I speak for everyone. That was a pleasure traveling with you. If the circumstances were different and our goals were not so dire and important, we would likely continue traveling with you, provided that you are true in your being.
Look, I mean no offense by this, but your existence is abnormal and therefore fascinating. I wish you could come with us, but our mission's too important, I suppose.
Oh, no, I understand. How shall we do this? Shall I go ahead of you and enter the city first, and then you wait I don't know, 10 minutes, enter after, or however long you wish to wait? Or should I wait?
I feel like this is such a look. It's not you, it's us. Kind of break up right now.
I get it, it's fine. Honestly, I understand. I have friends awaiting me in the city anyway.
I
Oh?
think you should probably go first. Yeah.
That's fine with me. He
While they're
nods.
having
Go ahead.
this discussion, I don't know if it's weird, but I would like to look around to see if it's weird. Just not having nobody working on this, or in the roads so close by. See if there's something wrong going on. Like,
Okay.
why is this place so deserted?
Make a insight check.
Okay, inside.
Yeah, you're trying to piece together why you feel this is weird.
I don't know.
Yeah, it just gives you the heebie-jeebies at the moment.
Could I do a perception check just to see if there really is nobody nearby?
Sure. Yeah, there's nobody around, but you do see that this span of road is watched over by these towers. So, it's not like there's nobody that can see you. But
Can we see anybody in the towers?
with a 13, that's... or 16.
16?
You can see like little figures moving about the top of the towers. Not really anybody specifically, but you can see that there are people up there. Baldric says, as the conversation comes to a close, he says, "Well, gentlemen, it has been a pleasure traveling with you. I am most grateful for the company." And he bows his head and proceeds ahead of you.
Oh, quick question before you leave. You said you had friends inside?
Yes. Other refugees.
Like yourself?
I hope not.
And where is it that you came from?
Came from Val'Ghast.
The kingdom to the south.
Indeed.
Farewell, good sir.
He nods and he turns and he proceeds on his way.
Not a good place to come from these days.
Kind of impossible to come from there now.
Oh, I've heard that the expeditionary has met quite a few who've come from there.
Worse for wear, I assume. Oh well, let's just try and keep our country from meeting the same fate.
Agreed.
So we were going in 10 minutes later?
This is the loose plan, yeah?
Hmm.
I was gonna observe his entrance just to make sure there weren't gonna be any issues that we'd have to deal with. Did they like call out to him, or he just walk right in?
Just watch him get lit up with flaming arrows.
If you guys want to follow him a distance and watch him enter, that's fine.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna bring your attention down here.
It would be comical if he's just walking and then a landmine goes off. The Dragon Ball has EDMs.
No.
Okay. Raven, we didn't get a chance for you to describe your character, and you don't know what anybody else's character looks like, so I feel like everyone should go around the table and describe their characters real quick. Starting with Darrow. Let's start with Darrow.
That's fair. Diffidence is an older man in a robe. What did I set his age as? I believe it was 40s, something like that.
Yeah.
It's a very dirty robe. It's a very smelly robe too, and you would have learned this over our travels. That's diffidence.
Seems fair enough.
He doesn't have meat. It's just a robe.
Just an animated robe, just like in The Sorcerer's Apprentice.
Yeah.
Okay. Somebody else go next.
I can go in order, I guess.
Oh, yeah, why not?
So Boris is about average height. He's got light brown hair that's the color's kind of faded with age, with lots of streaks of gray. His skin is very pasty pale white, and he is very skinny. His robes seem somewhat elegant, but more for function than form.
Aurelio, I'll go next. He's average height, 5'10" ish, tan skin, and he has a pointed goatee. He's clad in what kind of armor do I have? Yeah, I have chainmail. Yeah, I have nice thick chainmail and shield with a hammer hanging off my waist, and my hair is parted and braided, kind of like cornrows, but tied real tight to my scalp, so it doesn't get caught or snagged by enemies as we travel. And then I also decorate my face with various markings, like makeup around the eye. I think we talked about last time. It used Hera. I always forget. Stuff goes right around your eyes.
Yes, eyeliner.
Yeah. I look pretty.
He's our party eye candy. My character, John Rosa, is this giant of a man standing over 6 foot. He also wears chainmail with a shield and an axe. Older gentleman with blue eyes and a mane of a hair, full beard. You can tell by the age he used to be a very strong blonde, but now he's like that blonde that's starting to go a little bit grayish. Very tan skin. Maybe had fair skin, but not anymore. He has on his armor and by the accessories he wear like a scarf, war paint on his nose, and a headband. He wears like the colors of the Korean army. And if you have ever seen like soldiers with that like right stuff on their helmets, like Born to Kill or Ace of Spades, he has on his shield very faded messages in Corinthian written on it. You probably with age and tear, not readable anymore. But depending on your character, you might identify that there's like the number and the words for First Expeditionary Force in it.
Here's a small.
To people, yeah.
Sorry. Here's a small detail that you may not be aware of, because I might not have told you about this. But older armor usually has the names of the prior wearers written on it. So if your particular suit is quite old, it would also have the prior owners of it written on it.
That's dope.
Is it like how exactly would those names be? It's like on an armband, like is it like a pride thing? Like these are the warriors that died while wearing this suit, or
Exactly.
the proud warriors that use it? Yeah. Does the current user also put their name in?
No.
Okay, yeah. So I would imagine my character would have that thing on like his shoulder plate somewhere. I like to imagine him as like, if you know what you're looking, you can obviously see like the markings of an old soldier and what they used to wear, but only if you know what you're looking at.
Also, something to note too. I'm the youngest in the party, right?
Yeah.
I travel with all old men.
Maybe.
I think
Yeah,
it's
we're a
a
bunch of old men.
it's a contest between you and Arthur. So Arthur, go ahead and describe your character.
Arthur is a 25-year-old human man, wearing studded leather armor. Has a most of the time has a smirk on his face, but when he gets serious, it's quite obvious. Nice curly shoulder-length hair, brown, which has pointed ears. When someone asks about it to him, he just explains that he has two half-elven parents, and he is also rocking a beard. On his hip, a rapier and a dagger, and on the inside of his left hand is basically always a fresh wound. That is mostly because of his morning routine to get his day going, which he obviously forgot this morning.
I do want
You
to
say
point out. Oh, go ahead.
I was just curious about your hands because you're saying it's a daily ritual. So is it kind of like a penance? Is it like part of your religion?
Would that be asked now or earlier?
I likely would have asked as soon as I met you and realized that's a thing you do every morning.
Archer would have explained that it is something about his religion and to get his magic flowing, basically. He explained that magic is stored in the blood and that his magic is literally stored in the blood.
Would Boris know anything about that?
You can make an Arcana check if you'd like. Yeah, that checks out in like a very vague terms kind of way. You know, internally, you're not sure how the mechanisms work. There's a lot of competing theories as to how those internal mechanisms work, but a lot of people are saying like, you know, if your bloodline is magic, then you know, you're lucky because you can do magic. You can actually do magic as opposed to everybody else who can't. So, you know, him saying that getting his blood flowing to do the magic isn't any doesn't go against any particularly prevailing theory. It may just be superstition from your perspective, but whatever works for him works for him. And mages are all different. A lot of them have very different kinds of magic, and so, you know, they will have different ways of getting that magic moving. For the most part, some of them have to use words, and some others have to use movement. Some of them use, you know, symbols and whatnot. This person uses their blood. So.
Fascinating.
And while we are waiting, Archer would grab his trusty old dagger and basically would open the wound up a little bit again on his left hand. Blood dripping down over his hand, and with a swift touch he grabs his rapier that is hanging on the side. That activates a ability. Let's see, Crimson Right. I can activate the right and make my weapon more magical. It states while you hold the weapon or until you complete a short long rest. I need to roll normal. I take 2 damage.
I
and
think that
Astun-
Aurelio.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, Aurelio, once he realizes what you're doing, he actively doesn't watch you. Oh God, that looks like it hurts.
Oh, Boris is definitely watching intently.
As soon as he releases off the rapier, he utters a quick prayer to Xesi, that's the goddess of the hunt, under his breath, and cast. Where is it? It's one of the two. I forgot. Back to D&D Beyond. Thank you for that. He casts Cure Wound, which he can cast once per day.
That's your at-will cast from your blood rights.
That is indeed my at-will cast.
Yeah.
As you're doing that, in characteristic disrespect that Diffidence always does, Diffidence is going to say, I think you're holding that rapier wrong. You need to use the other end.
What?
Are you healing yourself with that 11?
Yeah,
Okay.
which is slightly overkill, but still brings me back up to full health.
Okay. Any other scene work you guys want to work out before you watch Baldric enter the city?
I'm good.
I think I'm good.
Okay. All right. Baldric walks up to the gates. The 2 guards there, dressed in sort of like leathers. They don't seem to be wearing anything heavy. They don't even seem to be wearing weapons. But they kind of look him over, look like they're talking to him for a minute. One of them breaks out a wand and taps his greatsword, and a little orange sort of magic circle comes over it and binds it to its sheath, and then he proceeds inside.
That looked like, I'm assuming, sealing magic or something like that, right?
Yeah, it looked like whatever they did sealed his weapon to its scabbard to prevent it from being drawn.
What does Boris know about Kel'Alee?
Make a history check. 13? Oh, that's pretty decent. Kel'Alee is the city of songs. It is known for art and music. It is known for performance art of many different kinds. It has a reputation for fiercely defending itself. You're a little bit aware that there is a lot of people that engage in transformative magics here. Whether or not that is considered like shape-shifting or polymorphing and that sort of thing, you're not really sure. It's not really your wheelhouse, but that's a thing that people do here. You're aware that their magical skill allows them to basically say in their own city that if you were to cast, do spellcraft or raise arms against anyone in a harmful manner within the limits of the city, that the city's magic itself would stop you from doing that. You're not really sure how they were going to ensure that sort of thing, but after you saw that, half of it at least makes sense. They put a sealing spell over someone's weapons. You're not sure
Alright.
how they fulfill the other half of that. Like, you're not sure how they're gonna stop you from casting fireball in a house, but you suspect they have a way of doing that.
Yeah. Boris would kind of relay the general history that he knows, and also the information about, like, forceful pacifism.
Well, sounds like you won't have a choice but to be on our best behavior.
They don't take kindly to violence. Unless it's their guard, I guess.
Okay, do you guys approach?
Yeah, we
Yes.
wait the
Yep.
10 minutes.
I'll have Boris just asking probably Aurelio and Arthur how they do their magic, just so it doesn't seem like we're just standing there in front of the guards waiting for nothing. So we don't look suspicious.
All right. Well, if there's a conversation you want to play out, feel free to, but if not, you can approach.
It can be implied.
Yeah.
Okay. You all approach the gate. The two guards basically step in front of the gate there, and they say, all to state your business and declare intents.
Who has the documents? Was it Aurelio?
I think maybe
Adam?
my character.
Boris will nudge the both of you and be like, well, go on, explain.
My character is going to display the order of business to show him of our mission to come here to deliver the official documents.
I'll elaborate. So it's I am Aurelio. This is my band that came here. These are our documents here. We have official political business to attend.
I'm just here because God told me to be here.
Ignore
Boris
that
will
one.
sigh.
God damn it, diffidence. Oh my god.
The guard that you handed the orders to looks thoughtful for a second, passes them back to you, and says, all right, standard procedure. When entering the city, all of your weapons will be spellbound to their scabbards and such. If they have no scabbard, they will be rendered unable to be used in a hostile fashion. This means all weapons, so all daggers, all staves, all polearms, swords, etc. As for spellcraft, if you declare yourself spellcaster here at the gate, we will put a charm on you that will last until you leave the city. That will prevent you from casting hostile magics within its borders. If you fail to declare yourself as a spellcaster, and it is found that you are a spellcaster, you will be in violation of the law, and will therefore be caught and executed for violating the law. Any questions?
No, sir. I will
Go ahead.
say
Boris.
I Aurelio. Go ahead, Boris.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said go ahead. Boris will just kind of sigh and say, what if we're attacked? I doubt that'll happen, but can we defend ourselves?
Oh, if you're attacked, you will be on equal footing with your attacker.
What if they're not following the laws?
Good luck.
Well,
You're the foreigner here.
I am a spellcaster, by the way.
Okay. The other one walks up to you and makes some snapping motions in front of you, waves a effigy that smells somewhat like some kind of herbs mixed with mud and death. It's very rattly, bone rattly kind of thing. And you feel your connection to the wellspring energy within you kind of blur and wane.
Does this magic seem counterspellable?
Potentially.
Oh no.
I'm not gonna do it. Does Boris think he could possibly dispel it?
Make an Arcana check.
Not gonna do it yet.
Most magic can be overcome in some way or another. It is possible to dispel this, but what has just been placed on you is a very powerful hex. And so trying to remove it without the proper methodology will cause you significant bodily harm.
Gotcha. Note to self, do not attempt to dispel. Alright, that's it for me.
So basically, any spell that can deal damage is now hex blocked for you.
Oh, I guess Boris will ask, is mage armor not allowed? I'm a bit paranoid.
It doesn't deal damage, so they would say, yes, you can put shields upon yourself. That's fine.
Thank you. He'll cast mage armor.
Okay.
Archer would also raise his hand. I'm also a spellcaster.
Okay. The one that does the, spooky stuff, does the spooky stuff over you, basically making motions and snapping his fingers and waving the effigy around. The other one takes his wand out and clearly is tapping each of your weapons as he finds them. Basically spell locking them to themselves or to your side.
For all of us?
Yeah, for all of you. If you want to hide a weapon, you can make a sleight of hand. And if you want to cause a scene, diffidence.
I might.
You may certainly try.
When he was Boris gonna do something?
I was just trying to hide my dagger.
When he tries to mess with my staff, I say, well, if you're going to take my staff, you may as well take my other one too. And I'm gonna...
He taps you at the front of your crotch.
Oh my god! Erectus dispellus! You're now impotent!
Wait, does that mean it's now locked to his pants?
It is locked to his pants.
Oh my god, how are you gonna take a shit? You're gonna have to rip your pants off!
The guard says, you still think you're funny?
I didn't think you'd actually do it.
Don't.
Boris will laugh and say, I think that's hilarious.
Okay, so Boris, they seem to not notice your dagger. Pretty much everybody else, since nobody else has decided to try to hide a weapon, all of your other weapons are spell locked.
I got two questions. One.
Sure.
Besides my weapons, I do have some tools in my backpack. Would they take issue with for example, my hammer and my crowbar?
You show them to them and ask?
They said weapons, so I don't think of those as weapons, but they could be used as any tools.
I mean, it's a matter of whether or not you show them those.
I'm just gonna show them my battle axe and my hand axes.
Okay.
And my shield, I guess? I don't know, I can smack somebody with that. And my second question is, when they do whatever they do with the weapons, do I get a feeling? How exactly do those impede me from like using them violently?
So your weapons don't have sheaths, right? So basically, they're kind of adhered to your pack and your belt, and trying to pull them away kind of doesn't really work. You can grab hold of them, but you can't pull them free from your belt or from your backpack, so they're just kind of stickied where
You
they are.
just need to make a spin attack.
Yeah, you need to make a spin attack. So they're stickied where they are. If they are in a sheath or a scabbard, they're locked to the scabbard.
Hmm.
So Arthur, you're also hex blocked from casting any damage dealing spells. This doesn't block you from casting any sort of healing spell, but anything that would deal damage, you're hex blocked from.
Would still try to cast Lightning Lure on a rock, just to test it out.
Okay. You
Beca-
you gonna give that a shot?
Because it has a secondary thingy.
Mm-hmm.
So he would try.
Okay. Right. Go ahead and roll damage. Okay. You take 4 points of damage from the spell's rebound. And you take 12 points of damage necrotic from the hex.
16 in total.
Yes. The guard that watches you do this says, "Spicy, huh?"
Archer would shake his hand and just say, "Yeah, really spicy."
I'm gonna hate this place.
Guys,
Yes.
don't cast spells. Just don't.
Anyone
I'll-
else?
I'll speak up when I see the rebound. I'm like, oh, good grief. By the way, sirs, I cast magic,
Okay.
and I'll lay on hands. Archer or Arthur. How much did you take?
16 I took.
Okay, I'll heal you 16.
Okay. The second guard goes ahead and does the little ritual with the effigy and the finger snapping and gesturing and weird smells. Basically putting the same hex on you, Aurelio. When you went to cast your spell, basically it fizzled in your hands, Arthur, and then blasted you instead. And then the hex struck you as well. So you kind of feel terrible right now physically, but the lay on hands kind of clears that because of its properties. With that, the guards say, "You're now free to enter the independent city of Kel'Alee. Please mind yourselves and behave yourselves."
Diffidence is gonna scratch at his crotch. However, can we thank you?
Try to not be a dick.
You already solved that one.
And you go ahead and enter the city.
Archer would just whisper quietly to him, like, "Do you have multiple dicks?"
As far as you know.
As you cross the stair bridge that rises out of the flooded canyon, you rise to the main level of the city. An exhausting climb, but it seems to be well worth it. The faint music that was on the wind before fills the air here, and the smells of fine cooking compete with it. The city is filled with concert halls, theaters, and other places for the performing arts. As you walk the streets looking for a place to book lodgings for the evening, you see the ziggurat rise ahead of the main thoroughfare, perhaps a competitor in size to Fordeath Castle. Though the city itself was much smaller than the capital of Corinth, while there architectural style is Corinthian nature, there are some elements of other traditions visible as well, sweeping arches and stark angles, for example. Square buildings with high windows and low vents to maximize airflow. There are also some parks and farms here within the city, plenty of places for nature to take over and bloom. A controlled and ordered cultivation. The people here are also appear to be quite diverse.
This is beautiful.
On a map. I think this map took me 10 hours.
Wow.
Impressive.
It shows.
I always like your maps.
Thanks.
Boris is going to just kind of casually examine some of the more foreign architecture and just attempt to determine where they might come from or what they're inspired by.
Sure. Yeah. Make a history check. And you roll so low, and yet it comes out pretty decent.
He's smart.
Yeah. Some of the buildings are seem to have some southern influence. Not so far south as Ansai, but maybe some Cheyenne influence. Maybe some Zeet here and there. A little bit of Homagistani flair in some spots. But otherwise, it's mostly general Corinthian architecture. Which is to say, a lot of it is very Gothic in nature. And I mean that strictly speaking in terms of Gothic architecture. We're talking high ceilings and windows. Well, big windows to let in a lot of light, natural light. That's kind of the objective with Gothic architecture. So that's most of what you're seeing with a lot of these. Some of the smaller buildings are just piss poor, pitiful medieval village, but anything that was built for purpose was built beautifully for purpose.
As we go, I would like to keep an eye open for our undead boy that came in before us.
Sure. Yeah, you can make a perception check. What would you guys like to do in the city?
Time of the day it is.
Probably about midday.
Boris is also going to be on the lookout for him and make a perception check.
Okay.
But Boris would like to see if there's any local libraries or what's the word I'm looking for? Places to gain knowledge.
Okay. Based on your split purpose and your role, there aren't places like that. It seems like whatever kind of academia that is here is done in closed quarters behind, private doors. So not much of an academia scene here in the city.
I guess I had the wrong idea about this place.
It matters not what you think about this place. The sun's still up. Barely time for for lunch. We should just go ahead and deliver these documents.
I agree.
That was going to be my question is, as per our orders, do we know where we're going? Like who we need to go talk to for these orders?
Probably to the Ziggurat. I think that's where the leaders are.
I agree then that we should take care of business first and get established room and board and what have you afterwards.
Agreed.
Right. Rude.
Okay. You head towards the ziggurat, which is a staggering structure. Rises out of the ground, though it is walled off from the rest of the city. You walk up to the outer gate and you present. your documents to show that you are here on official political business, and they let you in to the walled-off section, the Bailey. The ziggurat itself is quite wide, and it starts with a stair that leads up half the face of the structure and then splits off and then continues upward towards an entrance that is about 6 stories off the ground. You enter through that entrance, guarded all the while by these unarmed, leather-clad people who seem to have no particular predilection to carry weapons themselves. Perhaps they don't need them. Perhaps they're great sorcerers of their own right. Crosses your mind. As you enter the ziggurat, you are led by a major domo of sorts, who is dressed in fine clothing of more Sarathi or Morith fashion, a little bit more, a little bit more flashy than your more conservative for death fashion. One of the guards will kind of just like smile and wink at you, Boris, for your question and not answer it.
Can I do an Arcana check to see if he's magical?
Oh yeah, you can.
Or would that be more of a detect magic?
You can try to feel if there's any ambient energy coming off of him.
Sure.
Not any more than anyone else.
My rolls are so low today.
Well, eventually they lead you to the council chambers, which are somewhere in the center of the ziggurat. This leads you into a room that is basically shaped like a half circle. It is about 10 to 15 foot ceilings, and it is laid with a marble that is opalescent in nature. Shines, and there are many colors going on here. The room is quite bright, and there are several people sitting upon chairs, also organized in a half circle fashion. There is a man clad in white robes wearing a black mask. There is a man clad in black robes wearing a black mask. There's a man, or perhaps not a man. They're all variously shaped. However, the robes themselves make them look as not anonymous and hard to identify as possible. They're very loose fitting and such. There's a violet one, wearing violet with a black mask. There is an indigo, an orange, a green, a yellow, a blue, and a red. Also present in the chamber is your friend Baldric Kane, and he is already stepped aside to the left where the Major Domo begins to speak and describes to you what the order of operations are. You are to go over to the right and wait until you are all called, and once you are called, you will present what it is you'd like to present to the Prismatic Council, address them as sirs, or council members. Once they have delivered their vote on your proposal, they will have their most senior member bring the decision, and that will be the end of the matter. There is no appealing their decisions, and there is no arguing after the decision has been made. Once you have presented your argument, you are to move over to the left to receive vote or to wait until you are dismissed, which is what that gentleman over there is doing. He is waiting until he's dismissed. And this one here, this is a member of the Affariate. They are the Musicians Guild. They are presenting arguments now, so please head over to the right.
How far away are the council members?
They're spaced about 5 feet apart from each other, and they're about 20 feet from you guys right now.
So while we're getting the instructions, I want to use my divine sense
Okay.
to feel for the room.
The only one that you feel is Baldric. You just notice him as an undead.
I have 2 questions.
Okay.
So first, has it been a new day since like the fight with the Wraith?
I'll say yes. I did give you all a long rest already before the game.
Alright, so I'll do portents in a bit, but also can I do a history check perhaps to try and determine like what the different colors might mean
Sure.
of
Yes.
the robes?
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, of course.
When... oh my god. Well,
This
oh,
is
no,
this is
I thought
Byzantine.
that
You have no clue what this could mean.
Look, it wouldn't be a Kruth game if I didn't roll a 1, okay?
good times.
Yeah, and then I'll just roll my portents.
Any other questions?
Of course, those are good.
Okay, so we are to meet with the council eventually, right?
Yes, you appear to be next.
I'm going to do my part as a character that has brute force and no charisma. And when we meet the council, in order to maintain respect, if I want to ready an action to to punch somebody hard enough for them to stop speaking.
Okay.
In case anybody says something that could be construed as disrespectful or sassy to them.
I see.
Anybody, you say?
That's fine with
Anybody
me.
from my party.
That's okay.
Anybody from my party.
Okay. Yeah. I got you.
Boris is getting punched in the face tonight.
No, but you're probably gonna get like a quick punch in the kidney that's gonna make you lose your train of thought.
Nice.
It's gonna be like, hey, can you take this lock out of my dick? Oh!
Yeah, there you go.
Right. So you guys move over to the side where you're designated. Yes.
yes.
Okay. So you head over to the right and you wait. Anyone care what the members of the Infuriate are talking about?
Boris does.
Okay.
I would like to
Marshall
listen.
does. Yeah.
Basically, I'll broad stroke it for you. The Musicians Guild is asking for additional city funding to put on basically a street parade and performance for the end of the year. And they're just giving arguments as to why they deserve public monies to do so. Now keep in mind, we're in the middle of fall.
Specified how much?
He hasn't specified yet, but he's getting close to the point, and he comes to a total of roughly 15,000 lira, which is a unit of currency for Kel'Alee specifically.
We know conversion?
Conversion's expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Conversion here is expensive. You don't know the exact rate because you haven't bought and paid for anything yet, but it's expensive.
The gold in our packs, they are not converted money, right?
No.
Oh boy.
We can't afford it. We're too poor.
Yup. I only have 25 gold.
So
I'm sorry.
Aurelio, instead of listening, he's going to be reviewing any of the notes that he might have on him, and trying to like prepare himself for the upcoming discussion. We're specifically trying to convince them to join the fight, and not be a neutral party, right?
Yes.
So, were we provided any counterpoints, or like, hey, if you join, this will be added to your repertoire, or anything like that? Like,
You were
did Bruin give us
provided
anything
documents specifically to do that for you. You weren't provided any like training or pointers. You're basically supposed to just deliver the message. That was what they asked you to do. They didn't. There's no Corinthian embassy here in the city. That's how bad relations are between Kel'Alee and Corinth as a whole. And to kind of spell that out, usually most countries have an embassy when they're on friendly terms, so that they can have closer diplomatic ties. There's no embassy here in Kel'Alee, and there's no Kel'Alean embassy in Fordeath.
Is Boris aware how fast the rest of the world fell to the demons? Or is everyone in general aware of that?
That's something that you would know. It's took only 10 years. Roughly.
And I'm assuming that's like obviously extremely quick.
That's fast.
Mhm.
From a medieval warfare standpoint, your regular good old war can last decades. Easily. Couple generations very easily. Or it can be super quick. It depends on how the first couple of skirmishes go. For example, the 100 Years' War during France was like 111 years, and it was spread out. And it was multiple conflicts, and it's kind of grouped together, but as one big conflict. But it lasted a while, and the Crusades lasted a while. It's not like they're considered like very small things. So this is both considered very fast for a continent conquest, and also could take a while from a, preserve ourselves perspective. So.
And just to clarify, they specifically said that they don't want us to argue with the decision?
Yes, arguing with the decision, from what the Major Domo said, was not allowed.
Are we allowed to discuss before the decision is made?
Yes, you're allowed to present arguments before the decision is made, before they vote. But once they start voting, you're to shut the hell up.
Okay. I guess this will also be discussed in character, but I'll say it out of character because it's easier. Boris is not a very articulate. He's an articulate person, but not a very social person. So I feel like we do have some advantages with my portents and like other spells and stuff and abilities for some potentially very good persuasion rolls. So I don't know if whoever has the best like charisma and persuasion wants to do most of the talking. And Boris himself would actually suggest that because he knows that he tends to put his foot in his mouth.
I'm pretty good with the words.
I
Right.
nominate anyone but myself.
I agree. Diffidence would get us all killed. To be fair, I would too.
I'm not the one who told them I'm a spellcaster. At least I didn't tell them that I can crack a man's skull with my bare hands.
Probably wouldn't say that too loud, but that's a good point. Look, we're coming into their house. We have to follow their rules. I know some of us like going wild, but probably not the most sound decision in this circumstance.
I agree. We need to play nice, gentlemen.
Good thing nice is my middle name. I'm sorry, that was a bad joke. I'll shut up now.
Look at these musicians over there, going to ask for funds. I wonder if this council even knows that there's a war going on.
That's actually a good point. What do they need? We might have to leverage ourselves in the situation to convince them to help them with something. What do we know much about the city and what their goings on, or because they're not really like tight allies with us, do we not know much?
it's kind of one of the situations where you don't know much about them because you're not allies. You know that they're independent and self-sufficient, and fiercely so.
Crap, I lost my train of thought. Never mind.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and take a 15-minute break here, so I can go cough my lungs out, and you guys can hit the bathroom and whatnot, and we'll be right back in 15 minutes. And welcome back. We are back. Let's go ahead and get started. You guys were in the council chamber, and the Musicians Guild had just finished their arguments. They stepped off to the side, and voting has begun, it seems. The various members of this Prismatic Council are looking at each other, making gestures as if they're speaking to each other, but wordlessly. Perhaps some kind of telepathy is involved here. And then the one in black stands up and says, "We have reviewed your presentation, members of the Infuriate, and we are voting yes to your proposal. You will receive the funding that you are hoping for. Thank you. You are dismissed." The representative from the Musicians Guild bows and leaves. The Major Domo gestures for you all to step in front of this half circle. Says, "May I introduce the representatives from Krunth? They have documents and such to present to the Prismatic Council." Red stands up and walks towards you as if to receive the documents.
I shall wordlessly, still posture like a soldier about to give somebody to his superior. I take out the documents and put it in his hands.
Okay.
I imagine we're all at attention. We're all basically soldier backgrounds, yeah?
Mine is, yeah.
Not me.
Yeah, Boris is very new to basically anything other than just studying.
Okay.
Diffidence is gonna idly take a sip from his keg and scratch his crotch real quick.
Red takes the documents and begins to parse through them and pass them to the other members. Black says, "Is there anything that you wanted to say regarding this?"
This is towards the party, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Do we know what's on the document? Did we read it?
Your documents are basically a document requesting open borders, open trade, and a mutual defense agreement.
Okay. It doesn't really describe exactly what's happening, though.
No, there's
Right.
no description of, like, what's happening out there in the wider world. No.
Do we have leave to negotiate the, like, the terms of the documents?
You don't have you don't have leave to negotiate the terms of the documents at all. But you do presumably have leave to speak about them. Children, please.
Aurelio will speak up and try to elaborate on the encroachment of the imposing army endangers everybody.
Sure.
I'm sure council here is aware of the encroaching danger to us all. It would behoove everyone to be able to work together freely, so we're not taken down and picked off one by one. Your defenses of your city, I'm sure, are comparable, and you have everything well established here, but it won't last against the tides of the demons. They are coming.
Boris will just kind of like, demons care not for the laws of mortals.
Hold on a second. Dean is a very barky boy.
Dean wants the demons to win.
Where do you think the DM got inspiration for Cover Ash?
Della has been removed from the battle. Okay. If you'd like, you may make a persuasion check.
As Aurelio is talking, Archer would place his hand on his back for a moment, uttering a quick prayer under his breath and casting guidance on him.
So, when I go to roll, can I do, where it says situational bonus, do I type out 1d4?
Yes.
The wrong button. I know what I'm doing.
Ooh.
I'm going to replace that with a 14.
Okay. So 14 plus 2 plus 3 plus 2. So 16, 19, 21.
Much better.
I was expecting the one, I don't know why.
It doesn't even matter how hard you try.
Pretty much.
Blue looks up as if to say something, and then looks back down at some of the papers in front of them. Black says, stands up for a moment, begins to pace around the other members, and each of them look at him when they when he gets to them. And it seems like he is feeling the room for what they think. Now, Black does not sit at the center of the half circle. He sits to the left of White.
Can I do an insight check to perhaps, like, preemptively read what they might be thinking?
Sure.
Oof.
Okay. They're very hard to read because of the masks and the loose robes. It's difficult to get a bearing on any of them from body language alone. it seems that White seems completely uninterested, based on body language. Black seems to be doing their role, which is something akin to like speaker in this body. They are the speaker for the body. Everything else seems to be silently debated between the rest of the members. Some of them look like they're obviously talking in a very vehement fashion between each other. It doesn't, you can't really tell because there's no words who is on whose side about what or why between the masks and the robes. At the end
Boris.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Boris will kind of tap Aurelio on the shoulder, and like in a hushed whisper, say something along the lines of, "Should we push a little farther? Maybe offer some labor or services? I'm not very good at these kind of things."
I was thinking kind of the same thing. Not everyone's immediately on board. We might need to try to sway them.
Well, I'll heed to your guidance.
Sirs. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say he'll step back.
Okay.
We're all together, right?
Yeah.
I think I can hear you whisper. John is going to like get close to Aurelio, hearing this. You don't even know if you sway them or not. Careful not to overplay.
Sirs, if there is something that we might be able to offer to help sway you to the cause, this agreement and the war front are very important to everyone and us. Is there something that you might need help with?
Boris will also say, we're a very diverse crew, have a lot of different skills.
Black kind of turns to you all, says, "We are now going to vote." He takes position near the center of the chamber, about 5 to 10 feet from your group. And he says, "You come to us now when you're desperate and at the brink, having already sought to get treaties with the Ith, the Scaldi, and the Darthaki, us last. And after centuries of trying to rob us of our autonomy and independence, no, there is no deal here that we can accept. Mutual protection and open borders sounds like a means to an end of mankind that includes all of Krunth's enemies. Will not participate in that. The vote is no. Guards, remove them from the chamber. They are dismissed. They may stay in the city so long as they abide our laws. Sir Kane, you are dismissed. We are adjourned for the day." The council stands, and they filter out through the back.
Or they filter out, I ask them, how do you mean to deal with the demons when they knock on your doors?
John is going to. Do you remember the reaction I had saved? I'm gonna use on Aurelio.
Okay.
And I'm gonna whenever he stops talking, I'm gonna help drag him outside the room.
Make an attack roll.
I don't. Okay, I didn't want to do damage. I just want to make him stop talking. I'm gonna roll either way. Do I get advantage because he's not expecting it?
Sure, yeah. I'll give you advantage. I don't think Aurelio is expecting to be clocked by John.
Oh shit, 26.
Definitely hits.
Yeah, Aurelio, you get beamed in the back of the head. When you start speaking to them after they're filtering out. Up to you if you want to finish your sentence or not.
How do you? Fuck.
Puts a hand over your shoulder. Is gonna start leading you out. You don't want to start a diplomatic problem right now. We need to
I'm gonna
regroup.
do, but fine.
What weak leadership.
Oh my god! Can I punch him too?
You already used your reaction.
I have 2 attacks.
Yeah, you can punch him too, but he's already said it.
I do turn around. I'm obviously flustered and irritable, but I'll help deal with diffidence and usher him out like you would have herd a pig out of a corral.
If I cannot, yeah. If I cannot make him stop, I'm not gonna punch him. I'm just gonna drag him out.
Okay.
Hope nobody of the leaders are looking back with the like. Can you believe this bitch face?
All right, so you drag your friend out. Difference. I'm not sure if you're gonna resist that. Are you gonna resist that?
No, I'm not gonna resist it.
Okay. Well, that's up to you.
I thought about it, but no.
All right.
Archer walks after everyone, but refuses to be touched.
All right. You
Boris
guys
will
leave the ziggurat. City and scene is yours.
He pushes Aurelio in diffidence. Like, I imagine he's grabbing them as like he ushers them out. Are both of you cool now? Have you cooled off?
Not by a long shot. We're just gonna give up.
That was our mission. We're not diplomats. We're document bringers. What we're not supposed to do is to start a diplomatic incident.
Look at these people around you, John. I'll
Sorry,
die.
Tony, I didn't hear you.
Look at these people around you, John. They'll die.
They
Might have
can
been
blame their own
messengers.
leader.
My point is, we were soldiers first. I don't want to leave these people here to their own demises because their councils was weak.
Are you a politician?
No?
No. It's
Are
gonna be
you?
the same. No, that's why I'm not gonna mess with this. It's gonna be the same thing as Scrumit. If their leadership is weak, they're gonna find out the demon's might through war, and then we'll see them come back to us. What we're not supposed to do is create a second front for our soldiers to fight.
Unfortunately, I have to agree with him.
We failed. That's fine. We send a message, and the queen shall decide what to do next.
Oh, to hell with that. Where's our dead guy? Let's talk to him. He probably knows what happened here.
You looking for Kane?
Yeah.
Yeah, he kind of left with you guys. I'm imagining that you guys are in this square area here. You know, right here
Yeah.
by the
that was
fountain,
my thought.
having your discussion. He's kind of already left and is heading down this main road somewhere.
Boris would go after him. I don't know if anyone else would follow.
Yeah, Archer would follow.
Okay. You go to follow him like sneakily, or are you trying to catch up with him?
Catch up with him.
Okay. Yeah, you catch up. You catch up with him pretty easily. What do you say to him to get his attention?
Boris will just say, Kane, can we talk?
He stops and he turns around and he says, "Oh, I'm sorry that it didn't go the way you expected in there."
I don't imagine you had a satisfactory resolution either.
He shrugs and says, "More satisfactory than yours."
Do you mind sharing what you asked for? I won't pry if you don't.
Unfortunately, the matter is quite personal to me, and it doesn't really have any bearing on anyone else.
Very well.
Listen, Kane, is it? I get the feeling you're buddy-buddy with some of those councilmen, right?
No?
Where did I get that idea from?
How would he know council members from a foreign land that even the people who live here don't really know well?
You said you went to visit friends, and the first place we see you at is in the council.
Good point.
Yes. My friends are down the way.
And let's be frank, we need to get this figured out, or all the people in this town are gonna look like you.
Well, that might not be such a bad thing. I'm quite handsome.
They might not be talking, though.
A clear version of you.
Everyone's going to die.
Everyone dies eventually anyway. And there's... Look, I appreciate the stance that Krunt is making now. It doesn't really help, though. My country's been destroyed, and... well, my fate has been sealed. Perhaps everyone's fate has.
With an attitude like that, certainly.
Well, sure.
No
What am I...
offense.
What am I supposed to do? Fight them constantly, forever?
You're already fighting your fate. Shouldn't they have a chance to fight theirs?
Fighting their fate just leads them to it faster.
Maybe. But maybe we can somehow find a way around this. Nonetheless, isn't it worth a chance? You have to know something. Know some way that we can fix this. Some way we could change their mind.
Make a persuasion check.
God damn, I am not good at charisma. Why am I the one doing this, guys?
Hey, Boris, do you got another one of those important?
I do, but I don't know if this is the super important role of the game.
I mean, I think the entire party is now banking on this guy.
I mean, go ahead and make the roll. I'll replace that with the 18.
Which comes out to a 16.
Okay.
Oh god.
-2.
Yep. I told y'all I'm not good at that.
Kane looks
better
thoughtful
at
for a
that.
moment, then says, "You just got here in town. Kel'Alee has a thriving arts community. Maybe, if you go to some shows, you might meet someone important enough to be able to influence this down the road. But there's nothing I can do to help you. As far as I'm concerned, this is a pointless endeavor. But that's the moroseness of being in my own state talking, perhaps. Maybe if you spent a little time and took a longer view, you'll come to see things my way. But if you're content to struggle for now, you're here in Kel'Alee, you might as well see some shows." He says,
Sure.
"I will see you all when I see you again."
And you came here for answers. Whether you got them or not, what will you do now?
Well, I might wander a bit. I hear the Long Road is a place that is close to my state. I might visit that. It's quite a distance, though.
Well,
Good luck.
I wish you luck in your journey.
Good luck. Says,
Boris will clap him gently on the shoulder and say,
Well, my friend, I hope your ending is a happy one at least.
keep an open mind, gentlemen. Perhaps the answers aren't what you think they are. Oh, I did hear, though, if you are going to see a show, there is a interesting fight going on at the Arianai Coliseum. A couple of the guards of the city are going to be duking it out. So, if you're into that kind of thing, there's also a variety of other shows this evening. I'm going to go find my friends and we're going to discuss what we're going to do. But I'll see you. Good luck. He leaves. Unless someone stops him again.
The fight sounds just up my alley.
I'm down for some distractions.
I'm willing to watch Diffidence get his ass kicked.
I'm willing to kick Diffidence ass.
I like
Pay money to
you.
see that.
Okay. You guys want to get room and board too?
probably a good idea.
Right.
Okay. You find an inn, which is an easy task. You'll stay at the Kel'Alee Eastern Boarding House. This is a rate of 3 writs per day.
For everyone or
For
per
each of
person?
us?
For each of you.
Okay.
And there's a flyer there that tells you what the current shows are in the area and what ticket costs are. Let me know when you're ready.
Right.
I am feeling real dumb. How do I get to my gold on this character again? Character
So,
sheet?
Inventory.
inventory is where your money would
Yes.
be, and writs are the capital R.
Ah, that makes a lot of sense. I just didn't recognize it.
The
Okay.
lowercase d is the larger Duke silver coin. The lowercase c is the smaller case or smaller silver coin, the core, and then the z is the copper coin, the zinc. Okay.
Or blimey.
And for how long do you all plan to engage in these shows?
Until I find some way we might change their mind. Perhaps we change someone whose mind doesn't matter. We can use that to change someone whose mind does.
All of you agreeing with him?
Weirdly, yes.
Despite my better judgment.
You're all committed to this.
Look, normally I won't stick my nose in something that doesn't benefit me, but death or servitude to some undead bastard doesn't really benefit anyone.
Although you think that if we fail right now, that just means that they will automatically roll over and die, and there will be no more efforts. Like this is a simple game of yes or no. That's not how it works. I am afraid, however, that that's not our mission. And you may be overreaching. Do not expect me to help any of you trying to convince any pompous noble I'm here to protect you in case anybody tries to rip your face off.
John,
But
John,
I'm
we're
not
going
finished.
to see a fight. Nothing more.
Do not get into trouble. Do not cause an incident. I'm here to protect all of you. And beyond that, I'm done.
Fair
John,
enough.
you've done an amazing job of that, by the way.
Except for that one time I almost died, but we won't talk about that.
You get close to raids, you suffer the consequences. If I had time to draw my weapons and get close to you to attack it, then you battle for too long.
Fair enough, but I will remind you I have a bit more knowledge about these things than you do.
Then how come you almost died to them?
You interrupted, simple as that.
Then I guess you don't have as much knowledge as I think you did.
Well, suppose we'll never know. This conversation's over.
Boris will start walking up to his room.
Okay.
Yes, I need to find some privacy to deal with my, situation.
So, shows that are available this and every evening. You can participate in one show as a group, or you can split up. Tickets cost 50 writs a person.
Oof. Spicy.
Yeah, expensive. And these are the shows, so you can try to figure out which ones you want to go to. At the Carr Lyric Opera House, Tristesse, a tragedy about a young couple in love separated by distance. At the Ellen's Musical Hall, Suite Forêt No. 3, an instrumental performance. At the Anazath, The Bits and the Bee, a show about a honeybee that has long since lost their way and finds themselves under a mountain. Crossa and Tok'ran Theater. Something funny happened on the way to Kel'Alee, a comedy about a traveling band of musicians who engage in bawdy activity, hijinks, and shenanigans. Crenham Opera House. Legende de la Machine Vocale, an opera about a band of heroes who go on adventures. Inuver Performance Dome, Sinister No. 20, an instrumental performance. And at the Ariani Coliseum, Primal vs. Sumerall title fight with subliners Melek vs. Ignace, Tendance vs. Marin, and Incadence vs. Prisma.
Huh. Well, I think that was definitely the one that he was talking about, but 50 a person is a bit tight, and Diffidence does not have that.
Boris can afford to pay for one person. One
I
other
can
person,
afford
I
to
should
pay
say.
for. I can afford to pay for a few.
Richter as well.
Sorry.
So, if we're all willing to pay for each other, we can afford tickets for everybody. Now, do we want to go all to the Coliseum? Because that's what it seemed like we wanted to do at first. Or do we want to do the dreaded split the party and go to different places?
If we're going to split a party, I think it would be wise to split it 2 and 3.
Yeah.
And also bear in mind, Sir John here has already expressed his interest in helping us at all. As in, like, he'll be there, but John doesn't seem to be down with talking with nobles or trying to coerce anybody.
Yeah, to talk with people, no. I feel like this is gonna end up as bringing more trouble than it's worth. But I'm gonna go with the biggest group to be there to protect them.
There are 5 of you, so you going with one group or the other would make it the biggest group.
Yeah, but I thought that they still did not decide if they were going to split off.
Well, so does anyone here not want to go to the fight? Does anyone want to go to the operas or plays?
Boris wouldn't mind going to see some of the music. And were there 2 options for it? It was the opera, and then there was the...
There are 3 musical performances. There is Suite Forêt number 3, which is an instrumental performance. There is Sinister number 20, which is an instrumental performance, and there is the Legende de la Machine Vocale, which is an opera.
Boris would think probably the ones going to the opera would be the richer, probably more wealthy class, just from his own biases. So he would suggest going there and would be willing to be in the group of 2 maybe, or 3, it depends on who wants to go.
I'm open to going with Boris then to the opera.
I'm thinking Tao or John should probably go with whatever group does not have diffidence, because we're the 2 people who can kind of defend the party without our weapons.
I was actually thinking the opposite. I should be with the
Really?
group that has diffidence because I feel like you're going to go into a fight.
I mean, that's almost definitely true, but
I feel like I feel like there's going to be a moment like, and now that the champion has reigned supreme, does anybody challenge? And diffidence like, yo.
Yo. Or he just jumps in. Yeah, Boris is... I'm gonna lock him in for going to the opera.
Okay, Boris wants to go to the Krenem Opera House.
Really, I will go with Boris then.
Aurelio goes with Boris to the Krenem Opera House.
diffidence is definitely going to see the fight.
Diffidence is going to the Ariani Coliseum for the Primal versus Sumo Raw title fight, with subliners Melik versus Ignace, Tendance versus Marin, and Incadence versus Prisma.
I'd also like to beg Boris for some gold.
I'll give him. Oh, how much? How much
It's
do you
50.
need?
Like 43.
I'll just give you 50.
Thank you,
Hands
Boris,
him.
old friend. You want a swig of my keg?
Screw it. Why not? It's gonna be a long day. We'll take a swig.
I imagine
Archer-
it's... Go ahead.
Archer is going to tag in with dividends. Just to see his ass kicked.
Okay,
Alright.
so which way does John Rosa go?
I go for the arena because I'm afraid both of them is going to do something that might go wrong. I trust Tony and I trust Aurelio and Boris to behave better.
Mhm.
Okay.
Before Boris leaves, can we actually do a short rest first? If that's okay. So I
Absolutely.
can recover some spell slots.
Yeah, you can do a short rest if you'd like. You're at an end.
We won't miss the events, right?
Oh no, they start at night, and you guys, it's like evening.
I'd
Okay.
like to find myself a fireplace and try to stare into it for guidance.
Sure. Yes.
Should I roll something for that? Or...
Absolutely. Roll me a d20.
Ooh.
Ooh, look at this dude.
1.
Ooh.
So there you know. You feel blessed by your patron. Are you playing with a approved toy, Dean? That is a squeaker. You're not supposed to chew on that, buddy. You're supposed to chew on this ball. Chew on that. Not on plastic. Thank you. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
During the short rest, Archer is just going to walk around a little bit
Sure.
for that hour.
Okay.
Before we split ways, I want to cast Aid on Diffidence, Raven, and John.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm in the same mindset as John, is that Diffidence is probably going to start shit, so just in case.
Jesus Christ, guys! I'm so glad your confidence is so high on me.
What's the effect of it?
Let me throw it up here.
To be fair, we're pretty confident you're gonna start shit.
Yeah.
You're just gonna put a rag over your face and become a wrestler?
Luchador.
Oh.
Yeah.
Are you upcasting it or just normal?
Just normal.
Okay.
So, Diffidence, Rosa, and Arthur get 5 additional max hit points.
I have to take 5 hit points away because I had that last time.
Also, before we split ways, I do eventually will come up to Diffidence and be like, so, do you have 2 dicks?
Unfortunately, you're not pretty enough to know the answer to that question.
Well, I disagree, but suit yourself.
I hate this. I'm leaving.
He walks out the door.
Okay. So you guys go to your respective shows. Which team wants to have their description first? You guys can roll for it if you want.
Oh, let me roll for it.
Rolling sounds good, yeah.
Oh, I dare you roll lower.
All right.
I will. Oh,
No,
that's almost a 2.
we're just doing the 2. We don't need 3. All right, Boris, you guys win. So we're heading over to the Kratom Opera House for the Legende de la Machine Vocale, an opera about a band of heroes who go on an adventure.
Boris casts Comprehend Languages to understand what the heck you just said.
Sure.
No, I'm kidding. I'm joking.
You arrive at the opera house. It is a large marble building with lights and various magical floating instruments playing outside. Sort of just like a, hey, come here, come watch our show this evening kind of deal. You have people passing out playbills out at the front. Buy your tickets, you head inside. You arrive upstairs. And you bought tickets for good seats, not like in the trenches, in the pit seats, but like good seats, which is why they were so expensive. You are sharing a box, the 2 of you are sharing a box with about 3 other people. So it's a total of 6 seats in here, but only 3 other seats were taken. There is a elven woman here wearing blue. Very well put together dress. She's wearing her hair in an updo. It's kind of like stacked on top, very Victorian sort of style, with a little hat on it. And she's got, on her head, she's got like billowing dress and a pair of binoculars on a stick, more or less, one of those, to watch the stage. There are 2 gentlemen with her. There is a human gentleman there. He's kind of seated behind and to the right, out of the way. Looks tough, muscly, probably her bodyguard. And then there's the other person who's with her. Looks like a half-elf of some kind. and he's kind of interposed between you and her. He is wearing, nice doublet and nice pair of pants, linens, as well as some nice riding boots, black leather, well polished. His outfit's sort of marked up with little brass studs in the doublet and at the cufflinks. And his doublet is sort of a white and green kind of coloration going on with it.
Do we know, as far as the culture within the city, if we've picked it up at all, if it's more masculine or leaning to the more diverse, where like the male figures don't take the role of conversations and ownership and what have you? Like, is it more balanced among the genders? I'm trying to get at.
I see. So from your understanding of what you've seen so far, it seems to be a balanced society, much like your own. It's not unbalanced in the fashion that the Dark Elves are, where males take a back seat in everything, and it is not unbalanced in the way that Elven society is, where elders are in charge of everything. So.
Okay.
But this woman is an elf, right?
She is a full-blooded elf.
Mhm.
She's tall, taller than the average human. Her hair is golden in color. She's definitely got the colorations of a high elf. So she may have been born in the Empire, but she chooses to live here.
The playlist that we got, do we know how long the show is?
From the playbill, this show is roughly 3.5 hours long, with a 30-minute intermission in the middle. So there's the first act, then intermission, then the second act.
Okay.
You guys are sitting down to the music for sitting down. There's music that is played for sitting down at these sorts of shows. I can't remember off the top of my head what it is called. There's a word for it, but that's what's playing during the beginning when you're sitting down. And the show proper starts at the end of that music. So you have maybe like 2 minutes before the show will start.
Okay. Boris will get out an empty book and his ink pen and just kind of start sketching down notes. Probably just about how they got in, about the opera house in general, like its architecture and its design, the fact that they have music playing when you walk in. It's basically just general notes for later perusal.
Okay.
Are we seated near this couple, the elf and half
You're
elf?
you're in the same box, basically. So one of you is basically sitting next to the gentleman.
Okay.
Does it seem like the guards are eyeing us with suspicion? Her bodyguards, I should say.
Make an insight check. He seems to not care. He is armed, and there's no spellcraft on his weapon, but he does have a rapier on his side, and there's no spell lock on it.
Boris will point that out to Aurelia.
Look at that.
I'm curious. I want to ask about it, but I don't want to bother them. You know, I'll
we'll get to
bother
it.
them. I'll bother them. My curiosity is getting the better of me.
Boris will stand up and close the book and put the ink pen in the inkwell, and he'll, like, very non-threateningly walk up towards the guard and just be like,
Forgive me, I'm just wondering, aren't weapons supposed to be enchanted to not be used here?
Oh, you're right, the guard says. Under normal circumstances, however, I have permit to carry a unspellbound weapon.
Oh, forgive me, I'm new here. How would one go about getting such a permit?
Well, for one thing, don't be new here.
Fair enough.
And for second, be in the service of someone important enough that their protection warrants it. Now, if you please, I think the show is about to start.
Very well.
he'll just sit back down.
Okay. Which one of you is sitting next to the gentleman?
I'll sit next to the gentleman because I was about to say something to him.
Okay.
And I'll say it loud enough so him and hopefully the woman will hear it too. I do a little bit, like, lure them into a conversation before the show starts. I'll say out loud in Elvish, gods, I've missed this. Spur any reaction from either of them?
The lady breathes sharply out of her nose. The gentleman kind of like leans slightly and looks at you curiously.
I'll look over to him and I'll open my hand for a handshake. My name is Aurelio.
He looks
Pleasure.
He looks at your hand, looks at you. He's got these emerald green eyes, and a little bit of a tanner skin color, and his hair is brown, tied in the back, in a short ponytail. He takes your hand, says, "Nice to meet you." Aurelio, you said?
Yes.
I'm Jean, and this is my companion for the evening.
Pleasure to meet you both. You live within the city?
Of course.
How long have you lived here, if you don't mind me asking?
I've lived here my whole life, which is quite a few lifetimes for you.
Impressive. You come to the shows often?
Every evening we go to a show. Depends on what's playing at the time. This one is fun. It's punchy. We've seen something funny happen on the way to Kel'Alee 100 times by different bands and troops. The Bits and the Bee is more of a children's show. Neither of us are in the mood to be depressed by treaties. And the other musical performances, Sweet Fort number 3, Sinister number 20, are short. We wanted something to take our time with for the evening. They're starting. And Primal versus Sumerall, this is the third time they've fought. And usually it's one of those, this one wins and that one wins and this one wins, keeping things interesting for, the plebeians. But after a while, if you've seen it several times, it is boring.
It's predictable.
It becomes predictable, exactly. You can tell that this one will probably win this time because they've developed a new trick to finish the other one off and knock him out, and next time the other one pulls, a metal table out of the crowd and hits him with it so hard that it bends it, and now that one's down, and you know, that sort of thing. So,
Of course.
so this lady, he's pointing at the stage. This lady, I assume you haven't seen this before. This lady is a natural magician, trees and birds and that sort of thing.
That one there.
That one there, yes, that's what her role is, and she goes on this vision quest to learn more about the world and nature, and she's supposed to travel the four corners of Krunth, the northeast to the northwest, south, and what have you. Specifically the Darthax, and then the Skaraptica, the Haven-Ailed, and the Varanald. Those regions specifically, and learn about nature and the various different types of nature and complete herself. But then she comes across this gentleman, and then he begins to describe all of the characters for you, and goes on in this little hushed, you know, you weren't perhaps expecting to bend his ear like this, but you have bent his ear, and he's now bending yours.
Oh yeah, I'll feed into it too. Like, oh, fascinating. I'll ask him like supplement questions, like, well, what happens, after that? And oh, what does that guy do?
Right, and he doesn't like spoil anything for you, but he does give you like a little bit of notes about the characters that you would know if you'd seen it a few times, which makes it, from his perspective, more enjoyable. So essentially, he helps you out at this, and intermission breaks. You're about halfway through the story, and you guys go down for refreshments. But because you're on the upper level, your refreshments are just outside your booth, your box. So you leave, and there is already some hors d'oeuvres and such on trays, left alone to their devices. The servant has brought in some wine and some beverages, and everything seems to be included in ticket price. And so the three of them are, eating and speaking about the show.
Does the woman ever give her name or say much?
She hasn't given her name. She seems to express opinion about the show in Elvish. Very high accent, so it is structured, lyrical, and well enunciated in sort of the way where a variety of different accents and other languages, one can tell where one comes from, and she comes from a place where the language form itself is extremely respected, and perhaps maybe your provincial accent was offensive to her ears beforehand.
Yeah, I gathered that.
Would Boris recognize the accent? He's a bit of a linguist.
You can give a intelligence check for me for that. This is an Empire of the Highborn accent. It is definitely not like a local half-elf learned his daddy's language version. This is like structured Elvish. This is not the kind of thing that is going to be heard here in Krunth proper normally. You'd see it in books, but this is the way the language was meant to be spoken and pronounced and written, and deviation from it is perversion, as far as this person is concerned.
Gotcha. I like to think that because Boris also knows Elvish, I'd like to think his accent's a bit more practiced, if that's okay, mostly because he studied a lot.
Practice, but we'll see how it comes out for him.
Yeah. And just to clarify, Aurelio's been talking with one of the guards this whole time. the man with like the giant sword?
No, he's been
Talk with the
speaking
half-elf.
with the half elf,
Okay,
her date,
the
her
half-elf.
escort.
Hmm. Boris has taken notes of like the opera this whole time.
Hmm.
And would like to compare notes because it seemed like the half elf man, was really into the whole thing.
Sure.
Would I have to do like an intelligence check to see how good the notes are?
Are you trying to compare notes with what he was saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
Also,
you can roll an intelligence check for that.
yeah. And then also kind of because the thing is about a woman who has traveled and knows a lot about nature and stuff. That's also one of Boris's kind of expertise. So he wants to see how authentic and factual the things mentioned in the opera are.
Sure. You can roll a intelligence check for that as well.
Okay. So 2 intelligence checks.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Of course.
Yep.
Oof.
That was.
Ah. Yes.
Dichotomy of D&D.
The duality of man. Whoa.
Oh my god.
True pain, but no sweat, natural 20.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do a hydrate real quick, but okay. Unfortunately, you guys are watching 2 different plays. Because what you're noticing is different entirely from what he's describing.
Yeah.
So that's a bust. You have no point of comparison there. As for like how factual the play is, it's not very. It's just broadly a vehicle to tell a drama. So
Mm-hmm.
you've noticed that much, and you can tell that that's what her whole quest is. It's a vehicle to assist in the telling of a drama. She acquires friends and allies, and they go on adventures, and eventually she, travels supposedly the 4 corners of Corinth, and she's supposed to, from the beats of a story, finish her thing and go home, right? So that's the whole plot.
Mm-hmm.
You haven't gotten there yet because this is the intermission, but that's where you're at.
Gotcha. I appreciate the message. I wish they did a bit more of their research, though. He'll also be speaking in Elven, because they've been speaking in Elvish the whole time, right?
Yes. If you'd like to see how your Elvish stacks up, you may make a performance check.
Oh, great.
Hey, that's what that skill's for. You can feel yourself grating on her nerves a little bit. She kind of breathes out of her nose and then says, in Kruic, in perfect high Kruic, please, for the rest of the evening, we'll just speak in Kruic. I've lost tolerance for hearing my mother tongue being butchered this evening.
My apologies. I guess I'm out of practice.
It's all right. Just practice where your linguistic exercises will do no one any harm.
I will, thanks.
Of course, lady. What was your name?
She kind of looks you down and says, wouldn't it be more mysterious and attractive if we didn't know each other's names?
I've already given mine, but so be it.
I guess I'll be the mysterious and attractive one.
I prefer your friend here more. I give a wink to the half-elf.
Oh. I have competition then. Well, that is quite interesting. I see, she says. And the half-elf says, "Oh, well, that's unexpected. I'm flattered." He takes a moment to himself. Quite flattered. What were we talking
I
about?
chuckle a bit and I'll change the subject, and I'm like, that really enjoying the shows. Do they do anything? You were saying they do repeat performances, though. Do they ever change it up with, say, maybe dramas that are happening in current politics or in the war front? Do anything of current natures?
Let's see. I know they change their shows on a seasonal basis, so this show is their show for the fall season, and then they will begin after this week putting together a new show for the following season, and then we will be moving into, I think we're moving into winter, aren't we now? Yes, it does sneak up on us quite often. So, winter is coming around, and so we can expect a winter show, such as Feast of the Northern Star, or perhaps Frozen Wastes and Haima. Should be interesting. Though I do hear that there's a new playwright in Fordeath that's putting out some good shows. There's no Kel'Alee playwright, though. What competition? You, in your youth, she says. You'd be surprised. Sometimes mortals produce something that is quite interesting and poignant. Not everything can be done well with only experience at one's back. You're right, of course, my lady. I should have understood that before I opened my mouth. Well, everyone's a young pup at some point, and we are delighted by the play of children, are we not? So, that is how I like to view it when the younger races do something interesting. It is the play of children, which is delightful sometimes.
Yeah, unfortunately, our short lives don't offer a wealth of experience that the longer lived races can enjoy.
Well, just because we live a long time doesn't mean it's all good.
I could imagine. I didn't mean to imply.
Our short-lived lives, though, do produce quite tales. Have you heard of the story of Billy Joel in the front lines? There's a wealth of drama and opera shows that I grew up on, and many that are unfolding. I actually have a few personal stories. I tried to if not the woman, if she seems interested, I'll tell her. But otherwise, I more address the half elf and see if I can try to rope him into weaving him a short tale during intermission about exploits of the front line. Try to make it seem like it's interesting, not just like all horror and death like war is. Try to make it more dramatic.
So you're trying to like do a dramatic retelling of something that happens during the front line, right?
Yeah.
Sort of like a Saving Private Ryan kind of deal, or that sort of thing. Okay. So for that, I'd like a performance check from you.
Can I use prestidigitation to like give him advantage by like making lights flash during like dramatic moments and otherwise like producing sounds to help dramatize the story?
Sure, I will count that as helping him. So yeah.
Good thing.
Good thing.
Yeah.
We're rolling a lot of ones today.
Get him out of the way. Okay.
Rolled half of them.
15, huh? All right. The elven lady says, "Well, that was quite a dramatic telling of something that amounts to horror. I applaud you for that. I'm not interested in seeing such a thing myself, though I do see," and she kind of turns over to her companion, who's, you know, when you've seen like quite a few war movies and you get hung up on like the brotherhood of the whole thing. He's a mess. He's an emotional wreck. And she says, "I can see how it can be quite a poignant performance for some people. Doesn't interest me, but I can see its value for some of us." And he's just doing his best to hold it in. It's all right if you'd like to cry. It's perfectly normal. He's like, "No, I'm okay. 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 I'm okay."
I think the show's about to begin.
Ah, yes, we should get back to it. And you all proceed back into the box and sit down for Act 2. Anything you'd like to say to the couple during Act 2?
When Act 2 starts, I would like to cast See Invisibility.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I was waiting until after the first act. It only lasts for an hour.
Okay. And you're going to cast See Invisibility. What is the range on See Invisibility?
Range is.
Oh, just
would be my
like-
sight.
just your own sight. Okay, so you can see in the opera house everything that would be invisible. As you're looking around, you do see that there are a couple of like little orbs like floating above the audience that are directed at the stage. Perhaps someone is looking in from afar. There are a couple of like ghostly wisps here and there where it's just like, you know how when you're in a spooky building and you see like a wisp of dust that moves across something and it's just like, ooh, spooky dust. Sort of like that. A little bit of gossamer around things. The problem when you overlay your scene visibility is you also look into the ethereal realm at the same time. And the ethereal realm, or plane in D&D, is somewhat equivalent to the spectral realm here in Val'Ghast, which is problematic. When you do that, you kind of see the denizens of the other side, of which there are many, and you also see the warpage that occurs in structures and physical structures, man-made structures and such, as well as trees and other things, that occurs on the other side. So you're kind of seeing double right now. And part of it is the normal world that you're expecting to see, and the rest of it is just sort of this oddly angled and twisted and sort of jutting structure. You see these little black, sort of semi-humanoid creatures in various shapes kind of skittering around the opera house. There may be like 10 to 15 of them in here. Totally harmless from where you are right now. There's no way that they could hurt you because they're on the other plane and you're not in that plane right now, but they are terrifying. There is like one that is just this half spider creature and half like upright humanoid with a large brimmed head, made of shadows, just like the rest of the shades, and it's got these long claws, and it's just chittering about, and it kind of reaches for one of them, and the little one kind of fucks off and skitters away. And it looks like it's just having a good time just messing with the little ones. Or maybe that this is its hunting ground and it wants them to leave. for that reason. And so you're sort of like peeking into that as well, but there's nothing else that you see.
That all sounds terrifying.
If you were to die here, right now, in this moment, that's what you would be contending with.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Try not to do that.
Is that?
I'll just.
is it- Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say I'll just pick up the small chatter with the half elf like I was before.
Yeah, nothing else interesting other than more of what's going on with the characters and the villains and all that kind of stuff. The show comes to an end, unless there's anything you want to bring up with them specifically. The show will come to an end, and it will be post-show music, and then you are to leave the Opera House whenever you can.
I have something I want to bring up, but
Sure.
I'll let Aurelio go first if he wanted to talk to them.
Okay.
I didn't have anything specific as of yet. I was trying to form something.
Okay, well, it sounds like it's your turn, Boris.
Boris would go up to the half elf and just be like, really appreciate the conversation and the explanation of the play. It made it a lot more enjoyable. I do have a question, though. You said you've lived here for a long time.
Yes.
We recently met with the Prismatic Council
Oh.
on a bit of a diplomatic mission for Cruinth.
I see.
Unfortunately, they didn't really listen to us. Do you know of a good way to perhaps change their mind or have another audience?
See, that's the rub. You really can't bring the same matter to the Prismatic Council without them voting to allow it, and usually they don't allow appeals unless Councilmember Black said that there is an appeal available. They're not going to consider the matter for years. So you'd have to wait to bringing it up officially, but you know, that doesn't mean you can't convince a private party or someone else to help you with whatever it is that you want help with. There are plenty of private enterprises and such within the city that may be interested in helping Cruinth with one thing or another. It's not like we're all enemies here. It's just tenuous political situation, that's all.
Boris would jokingly say, I don't suppose you could help.
I don't think you'd like my help in particular. I'm not that sort of business person. So, but but if you're looking for help, what was it specifically that you were trying to get help with? If I may be so bold, even being as useless as I am.
He'll look to Aurelio. I don't know how much we can discuss about the specifics, but we're really just... Oh, go ahead.
Say I'll lean in and say, how much do you know about the war currently?
No, it's happening. I know your army has gone in and invaded, though not really the best word, I guess, since Val'Ghast doesn't exist anymore. You invaded that country in order to stop the demons from invading yours, which, you know, that's your business. But that's what I know about it.
Oh, out of character, demons have made it much farther than that, haven't they?
They are pretty much at the border officially, though it is very likely some bands have made it past the border.
Okay.
Boris would say, I suppose last thing then would just be a friendly warning that has a kind of negative connotation to it, but
I would, for the sake of you and your lady, probably prepare a means of escape from the country if you can, in case things go south. Unfortunately, from my, I suppose, somewhat limited academic expertise, the demons have been extremely effective, and I don't know if the army will be able to stop them.
Oh, that's candid of you. Usually from whenever Corinthians discuss their military, they're very gung-ho, and we can't do any wrong, and we're perfect, and fuck you for thinking, etc. You know, forgive my brazen language. That's candid. I appreciate that. We have our options, but my options are limited compared to my ladies. Maybe there's no official way people can help, but perhaps there's enough people that can be convinced to help. You probably can't afford to stay in the city that long, though, so you'll have to
You
hope.
happen to know?
Hmm?
I was gonna say, you happen to have any names of who we can go discuss matters with?
So, well, there's the rub, right? You're already speaking to people of means right now. Let's say we're concerned enough. Well, we'll talk about it with other people of means like us, and who will talk to their people, who will talk to their people. This is something that might be a slow burn that you won't have time to see the end of. But maybe you'll reap the benefits of down the road. Who knows?
That is fair.
But it sounds like the council's not willing to do anything on an official level with you, which, considering the relationship between Kel'Alee and Corinth itself, I don't blame them. Kel'Alee loves its independence more than anything, and we will happily die to maintain it. But
That's the problem. With demons, there's things worse than death.
that's true. But that doesn't mean we're going to give up our ideals, sir. Without
I
them,
understand.
who are we? We're just another city in Corinth. And while that may be fine for the cities of Corinth, it's not who we are. This is who we are. So you have to respect that.
Make fair points, sir. Just be aware there is a storm coming. And as much as we Gruthians like to give ourselves much hype, can't stop everything without help.
Yeah. We'll see when the storm hits what happens. But I appreciate your conversation this evening. You both were nice guests at the Opera House. The lady
Appreciate your company too.
The lady bows her head, takes his arm in hers, and they leave the venue. Their guard trails behind them a bit.
Before he leaves, I'll ask him, do you have plans tonight, sir?
I think I'm booked for the evening, thank you.
Of course.
Boris will just kind of nod at the guard as he trails behind.
Mm-hmm.
Waiting to see if because it might seem like he might talk to them or not.
The guard just follows behind them at a good 10-foot distance. But the lady says, after you've made your play, Aurelio, it seems that Mysterious wins out for the evening. Better luck next time.
Well played, my lady.
Boris will laugh and smile and nod, or kind of bow in reverence.
I'll bow as well.
Okay. Thus ends your scene. Unless there's anything else you'd like to do.
At the moment, no. Boris will, once they're finally out of earshot, just kind of,
look a little exhausted and go, I hate talking to people.
You did well, Boris. Proud of you.
And fortunately, they were amenable for rich folk.
True. I think another avenue we should explore too are the performers.
Sorry, what was that?
I feel like another avenue that we should pursue is maybe talking to the performers.
Okay.
They, at some point down the line, might be able to be convinced to start making plays that shine more light on the reality of what's happening outside their walls.
Boris will kind of look thoughtful for a moment, and then he'll chuckle. No offense, but that's pretty clever coming from you. Wasn't expecting it.
Have my moments.
That's a good idea.
All right. Let's move on to the Ariani Coliseum.
Ooh. By the way, guys, good job.
Thanks.
Thanks.
The three of you.
You
Go ahead.
you almost seduced that guy. He was like, oh, jeez.
The three of you approach the building. You see outside on two plinths, two large men, burly, no shirts on, and they're statues, and they're just kind of like making fighting gestures at each other. They're separated, but they're just, it's sort of like their marquee situation. There's a couple of lights going on. There is a instruments floating around the building, playing music outside. Various dangerous riffs on the lute and that sort of thing. You approach and buy your tickets and go to
50,
your...
right?
Yes, 50 for each of you.
Nice.
And you arrive at your seats, which are sort of like on a second level over a bit of the crowd, and there's a little bit of space for you to like wander a little bit. There are a couple of tables and such. There are quite a few highfalutin people up here. There is a older gentleman, probably like late 50s, early 60s, wearing a red and white sort of doublet with a red cape. With the other side of it is also white and is made of felt, and some nice pants on, also red, and a black pair of boots on. He is carrying a sword. He looks like some kind of lord. And there are a couple of women with him, much younger, probably his daughters. They are well dressed as well, wearing, various colors in their dresses, frills, that kind of stuff, lace patterns on things, nice hats. The another gentleman is with them. Looks like he is a half-elf as well, tanner skin, slightly pointed ears, long black hair, and he is wearing a black jacket over his white shirt. He's very much white, black, all the way down.
My twin brother.
Yeah, and you guys arrive here, and this is your venue. And down in the pit, you see there is a sand pit circle, 15-foot walls. The rest of the people here to see are kind of like packed standing room only around the ring, in sort of like a graduated sort of stadium sort of standing room. So they're basically standing on a bunch of stairs, looking over the pit there, and it looks like things are about to get started because a couple of people are already out in the arena. It looks like a a young woman and a hooded and cloaked figure as well. Young woman's got sword and shield and such. You guys signed up for blood sport apparently, so what would you like to do?
I'm gonna look around. Obviously, this seems like it's more closer to professional wrestling than like straight up just a ring, right? But are there any like administrative desks?
Yeah,
Where?
there's a couple of administrative desks where you could place a bet if you wanted to.
Hmm. Okay. And that's all they do is just the bets?
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
okay.
there's also like concessions, but the only other thing they do is accepting bets. There must be some other mechanism to get yourself in the ring.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured.
Yeah, it's
You
very
gotta.
much like this is very much like professional level wrestling. It's not like this is not your underground bum fights,
Yeah.
unfortunately for you.
Damn. I love bum fights. I usually win them. I'm the best bum.
Archer is going to look a little bit for food and drink.
Okay. Yeah, you can get some nice popped corn and a beverage, ale or otherwise, included in your price of ticket. 50 Ritz worth of lira is a lot of money, because 50 Ritz is a lot of money, and you do get treated well on this upper level for it. So you get yourself some nice popcorn, maybe a steak, you can get yourself a beer or two.
I'm gonna slap John on the back.
You ready to see some concussions?
John just has like his arms crossed and his posturing like if he was a bodyguard behind like Diffidence and I forgot the name. Archer, was it?
Arthur.
Archer, yeah.
Arthur.
Yeah.
Archer. John just looks at Diffidence and. Wait, did you say it was Bloodsport?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, this is
Oh.
Bloodsport.
There's already enough blood on the battlefield.
Sorry.
Lighten up, you stick in the mud. You know you wanna see some sap get slapped.
What makes you say that?
'Cause you're like me.
Ding!
Somewhat.
You hear a bell. You guys still talking, or are you gonna watch what's going on in the arena?
I'll watch what happens.
Okay.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. So, ding! Your attention switches to the arena. These two people immediately go at it. The girl with the sword and shield kind of starts juking and running towards the person in the robes, who begins to cast a spell, hurls a lightning bolt at her sideways as she tries to like come around the side. The woman ducks under it and tries to charge in to make a hit. Misses. The spellcaster counterattacks, misses that as well, and the melee artist, the warrior lady, tries to bring in the sword, gets blocked. The spellcaster unleashes another spell, hits themselves with it on a rebound, sets their cloak on fire. The warrior woman makes a attempt. God, these rolls are terrible. She slips in the sand, face plants. The sorceress or sorcerer then casts a spell right on top of her, dropping basically a glacial spike down onto her back, which goes straight through her, nearly killing her instantly, and raises their arms. They're still on fire. So there's some kind of like magic happening in this little in this little pit that's preventing them from actually dying. But this guy is like partially on fire. Somebody comes out, hits him with a water spell. He's on the ground, unconscious now. A cleric comes out, gets somebody else to come over, rips out the glacial spike out of the girl. She screams. Magic is applied. They're dragged out of the arena. That was Incadence versus Prisma. Incadence wins!
At that exact moment, Archer comes back with 3 ales and a very large
You missed
popcorn. So, what did I miss?
The nerd always loses.
That time the nerd won.
Oh wait, the nerd won? No, I thought Incadence was the lady.
No, Prisma was the lady. Incadence was the spellcaster.
Oh, okay, okay.
He fucking used the power of Thor to smite her. God.
Oh, I guess I was wrong. Damn. I would have smacked his face off.
Here, take an ale. And he offers the both of them one of the ales that is in his hand.
Ah, good, good. I like you, Arthur. You've got the right ideas in life.
Does John also?
I'll take it, but I will not drink it. And when Diffidence finish, like, I imagine Diffidence just, like, chugs. John just offers his beer to Diffidence.
Come on, drink up, Sourpuss.
If you don't drink that, I'm going to force it down your throat. Can try.
I'm just gonna kind of sigh and just not take the beer from him.
Okay. Alright, so looks like there's going to be like a little bit of a break while they reset the arena before the next match. Anyone you want to talk to?
Gonna kind of nudge John.
Hey, that guy looks important. Perhaps we should introduce ourselves?
John?
I said go right ahead.
Ah, you know I'm no good at this. Come on. Or what about you, Arthur?
Right as you said that, Arthur was looking inside the arena, seeing that the fight is already over, because nobody said that what happened. So he's a little bit bummed out that he just missed an entire fight just to get some ale and popcorn. Then he looks back at you, Dividends, and says, "Oh yeah, sure. What were we talking about?"
That rich guy over there. I'll bet he's got connections. Maybe we could talk to him. Start small talk at first, and then maybe sell him on our reason for coming here.
I mean, sure.
Okay, you guys go over which guy do you approach? Red or black and white?
I'm thinking red.
Okay, you head over to red. Looks
Ooh,
like he's a guy that looks like a lord.
With his many daughters.
Yes,
If I remembered correctly.
He's got 2 daughters with him. They're also dressed colorfully. One in a completely blue outfit and another one in a completely green outfit.
Oh my god. Multiple women next to Diffodil talking? Let's see how this pays off.
So, what do you say when you approach?
I'm gonna defer to Arthur here.
Oh,
Ladies, gentlemen, good fight.
The gentleman turns to look at you. The ladies turn at the same time, and you notice now that they are twins. They look at you guys, giggle, and kind of look back out at the stage. Girls laughing, JPG. The gentleman says, "Good fight, quick, but those uneven matchups in terms of what they can do usually are quick one way or the other. Interesting that the mage this time won the round. However, sometimes the warrior will win the round as well. I haven't introduced myself. I am Lord Matthias Crisbane. You are?
Archanova, champion of Xena. Nice to meet you.
My name is Diffidence. That was quite a quick fight indeed.
Oh, yes. Champion of who?
Xena. Xesi, sorry.
Zessie, yes.
Jesse. Yeah, mind is going places.
Xena, warrior princess. It's okay. That's fine. That's acceptable.
Xesi.
He says, yes, the goddess of the hunt, right?
Exactly.
Right. I'm vaguely aware of most of the pantheon. There's so many. But the prime middle gods, the earthly ones, definitely my favorites. Mostly because they've stopped caring majority of the time about us, which is good for us because it leaves us alone to do whatever our business is. So, have you looked at the title card, Mr. Nova? Mr. What is your name? He points at you, Diffidence.
I'm Diffidence. And the title card, that's the one with, like, the main guy fighting?
Yeah, it's Primal versus Sumerall.
I have. We're not from around here, so to be honest, we don't know the competitors. What's your take?
Well, they're in a bit of a rivalry. They have been for some time. Primal is one of the captains of the guard, and so is Sumerall. They sort of do this as a... Don't tell anyone, but it's sort of as a recruitment method. Learn how to fight from the best and join the guard. That sort of thing. So, I am personally betting about 5,000 lira on Primal tonight. My companion over here, and he gestures to the guy in black and white getup, has bet 5,000 lira on Sumerall. This is a friendly wager between us, and so we'll see what happens.
As a newcomer, should I bet with you or against you?
No, you should bet with me, I think.
How do these fighters get into these tournaments in the first place?
Well, there's a variety of other smaller arenas that you have to earn your way up through. It's mainly... And it takes about 2 years to get yourself to title fight.
So no opportunity for a newcomer tonight, is what I hear.
Oh, no, absolutely not. And people don't pay for that sort of thing either. At this level, they want to bet on known names. That's what they want to bet on.
Do I remember seeing any pictures of these two fighters?
Yes, out front you saw full sculpts of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. What? Can you describe them one more time?
Sure. Both of them were shirtless in the sculpts. Primal on the left. I didn't describe either. I just said they were shirtless. Very muscular, about head taller than the other one. Sort of a haircut that is a little bit, maybe like 2 inches long, slightly spiked up, a little bit like overly anime spiky, kind of. Square jaw and all of that, very physically built, structured. The other one, also very physically built and structured, less of a square jaw, more of a pointy kind of jaw. No hair, definitely shaves his head bald completely, and a little bit wider.
So this guy is actually betting on Gamera, the smaller one.
Red is Lord Crisbane, who's dressed in red, is betting on Primal, the taller one.
Okay. Alright.
I don't have all that much, but I'll tell you what, I'll bet on him too. I could see that happening.
Well, you should hurry, because betting closes as soon as the Melek versus Ignace bout is set up. It looks like they're almost done setting up for Tenants versus Marin.
Oh, I'd better go.
I'm gonna kind of dash off and leave the other two with him.
Okay. Do you have no inclination to gamble, sir, Nova?
My wallet doesn't reach that deep tonight. I'm just happy I can be here with my companions.
I'm gonna put in 7 writs and just see how it goes, because 7 writs is all I've got.
7 writs on Primal. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So he says, well, that companionship and entertainment are perfectly valid reasons to come to one of these things. Fights go pretty quickly, but time to set up is slow enough, and the title fights usually last 5-10 rounds. So we'll see. Oh, they're about to start. And you see a guy walk out. He announces, second subliner fight! Tendance versus Marin! And a man in plate armor stomps out of one side of the arena. Another man in plate armor stomps out of the second side of the arena. And the guy in the middle brings out a bell, rings it, ding, and disappears. Diffidence, while you're out trying to place the bet, you hear the ding.
Yeah.
And these two fighters go to pummel each other. There's a lot of cheering and a lot of clashing of blades. So, Arthur, while that's happening, is there anything you'd like to say to him?
Archer is just looking at the fight for now. Looking more at the tactics that they use in the fight.
Okay. It's close quarters longsword fencing. Distance of about 3-4 meters. They're not using extremely sharp blades, but they're sharp enough to like cut through the breaks in the armor. And they're dueling knowing that the other one is wearing armor, so they are going specifically for specific weak zones. It's over in about 30 seconds, and they've both like dealt mortal wounds to each other like 4 or 5 times and backed away, got in there again, hit each other quite a bit, bashed each other around. Both of them are kind of like collapsed in the middle of the arena, breathing heavily, and then one of them slumps over. We kind of lost track of who was who because neither of them are wearing any like colors or anything. One of them slumps over, and then the bell is rung again. The same ensemble of characters comes out, a couple clerics and some guys, and they start casting spells and dragging these guys off. And that was, Tendons! Oh, no, I'm hearing it was Marin who won. That one. Apologies, everyone. Marin won second bout. And the guy walks off of the arena.
As soon as they walk out of the arena, Archer said in a noticeable loudness, they would make good use for the war.
Why do you say that?
Well, if we don't really get any man troops, then this place stops existing for maybe 2-3 years, maybe even shorter.
I see. Such a bleak outlook towards the future. You don't think the Corinthians can hack it?
I have been on the front line myself. I am happy that I came back out alive, but I am worried about the future.
He looks a bit surprised. You've caught me off guard, sir. I didn't know I was in the midst of a military veteran.
I'm actually on active duty right now. Well, not right now, but on a diplomatic mission.
I see.
Unfortunately, the Prismatic Council voted no to help us.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
It's indeed unfortunate. We could use your help, but unfortunate.
Well, I don't know much about that sort of politicking at that level, but maybe not everything is as bleak as it seems, huh? You're here for now?
Unfortunately. Sorry?
I was going to say, you're here for now, you might as well enjoy yourself.
That's true. Did dividends got back?
Yeah, you'll get back right around now, Diffidence.
Alright. Well, I went all in on it. Let's see how it plays out. I did catch a little bit of what you were talking about. Yeah, that was our whole point in coming here, honestly. It's kind of sad and frustrating. You think the council ever changes their mind on decisions?
Well, unless they said that you had an appeal waiting, it'll be a few years before they will change their mind on the matter. To even hear the matter again. So, good luck.
I'm afraid
Yeah.
it will be too late by then.
Well, emergencies have the way of expediating things. Yes, that's right, the word.
English is hard.
Expediting, I think.
Yeah, expediting is where he was going, but Anyway, playing to his character. He says, "So you put everything on Primal?
I did.
Do you hear that,
Did.
Kestrel? This brazen man put everything on Primal." The long-haired half-elf turns and says, "Are you just convincing every random person who manages to get a ticket to bet against me? Is that what you're doing? Do you just want to make me filthy rich? You're a fool and a charlatan." Crisbane says, "Yes, and I'm a very wealthy fool and charlatan, and I'm happy to take you to task, sir. Whenever you want."
Take you to the bank.
We're going to take him to the bank. Diffidence is what's going to happen. He has no idea what's going to hit him. It's going to be a bill. It's going to be a bill for 5,000 lira.
Ooh.
Holy shit.
When he loses, I'm going to have his money in my pocket. It's going to be great. He's my brother.
Archer,
He's my brother-in-law.
leans
I can say that kind of stuff to him.
Archer leans over to Diffidence and whispers, like, "Didn't you have 7 writs?"
Didn't Boris give you 50?
And it took 50 to get in here.
Oh, I thought you. I thought you were asking betting money. I went all out with food stamps. Bruh. This is doomed. Oh, I'm watching this with so many expectations.
Okay. The next bout begins. Melik versus Ignace. This is 2 sorcerers duking it out with each other. It's basically your standard lights and magic show that goes out between them. Ignace is the one who wins that bout. Basically, he melts the other guy's face off.
Ooh. He's gonna have to pay extra when he shows up at the brothels next time.
Yes, probably. Unless they actually fix his face. Which, his face looked like that beforehand, I swear. Crisbane apparently is savage.
That's quite the healing magic they've got here. How are they so good at this?
Lots of practice. Lots and lots of practice. There's fights like this every night. So they get used to it.
Is this something just normal to Kel'Alee?
You all have an arena like this in Fortith, don't you?
Do we?
Yeah, you do.
Oh.
But yours is restricted for military training.
And I imagine they don't go hard like this. Do they have like the healers like this?
Oh yes, they go hard like this for military training. Usually
Oh,
between like knights, and that is strictly for like training knights to deal with hard combat and excessive injury to win through. It's part of like how they imagine like they could get that extra mile out of every person if they understood where their actual physical limit is, rather than like, oh, ouchie, I got poked. I'm gonna lay down now, right? Rather than, rather than that, turn into like, I still have 1 hit point left. You better fucking kill me or I'm gonna get you. That's the difference there. That's what they use it for. Here, it's entertainment. There, it's built for military purpose. So,
okay.
um,
But they have arenas like this all over the city.
this is the
Then-
only Coliseum.
Yeah, but like they're all sporting healers like this? It just seems like what I'm getting at is that
this is the only place where this happens. Other
Huh.
like the lower grades, you could die on your way up. So you have to be good to survive and qualify to this level.
Interesting.
Anyway, unless there's something else, we're going to move on to the title fight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gonna get rich there.
I wonder what my profit would be on 7 writs.
I don't know what's the odds.
Yeah, that's a good question.
You
Shit,
didn't
I
ask.
didn't even ask.
You didn't ask. You just hope Diffidus becomes a likely millionaire of the day.
Okay. So the bodies are moved, and after a few moments, the man comes out again, stands on a marble plinth that rises out of the ground, shouts, "Ladies and gentlemen, the Arianai Coliseum would like to welcome you to your title fight for the evening. Primal," and he shows the right side of the arena. The man steps out, versus Sumuro, and the other man steps out. Neither of them are carrying a weapon. They're both shirtless. They're standing there, and he says, "Would like to remind you all that hopping into the arena and attempting to fight them is a risk that you may take, however you will not survive. These fighters are covered by the arena. You are not. So don't get excited about that. Get excited for the sport that's about to take place. Let's get ready to rumble." And he steps out of the arena, and the bell rings. Ding! And as the bell rings, both men kind of stare each other down and walk towards each other slowly through the sand. And then one of them begins with a growl. Ugh! The other one growls back. Ugh! And then another one growls louder. Animalistic, raw. Sumeral responds with another one. And then they start at each other, charge each other. You hear the wet slap of sweaty muscle against sweaty muscle. They are locked up in a wrestling position. Primal tries to tear Sumera's arm off, his fingernails elongating, his arms getting hairier, and as he does so, he pulls away a lot of the skin, revealing black fur underneath. They both continue to change as they wrestle, turning into 8, 9-foot werewolves biting and slashing at each other in close quarters combat, blood and fur flying. Primal with the first attack. Scores a hit, slashing him. Sumerov with the second attack scores a powerful blow across Primal's chin, knocking his couple molars loose, hitting the sand, blood splattering it. The werewolf roars back in retaliation. Slashes at him with open claws. Ripping him across the undercarriage, ripping right across one of his pectoral muscles, flinging some flesh out into the stands. The crowd goes nuts. Sumarov attacks again. Bites him on the neck, trying to get towards that soft tissue underneath the fur, but his fur is too thick around the neck.
Azula,
Yeah?
how far are we from the arena?
You're probably 30 feet Euclidean at an angle from the arena. The arena is 15 feet in the ground after that, so it's 45 feet non-Euclidean.
Okay. And is it just an open top arena? Is there like a cage?
Oh, it's an open top arena, yeah.
Open top.
Archer is already looking at diffidence like, wanna get in?
Oh my
He's
god!
gonna start walking towards the arena.
What did you do to your character sheet? Why was your name a bunch of dots?
Oh shit.
I fixed it.
My bad.
The game was like pre-deleting your character sheet. Like, you're not gonna need this.
Okay, so you're heading towards the arena. You're at the edge of your balcony.
How do
John-
these... Go ahead.
John with his arms across, he's gonna raise an eyebrow and look at Diffidence, thinking, no, he's not. And he's gonna look at Archer to see what's his reaction to this is.
Archer is just walking after diffidence with a huge smile on his face. He
I'm
wanted
gonna
to see this happen.
I'm gonna look back at... Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna look back at our boy, John. I'm gonna give him a big ol' dirty tooth grin.
Don't.
I'm gonna jump!
No!
Okay. You jump into the arena.
Archer is not jumping.
Oh my god!
Let me check my spellbook real quick.
You
We all
have
knew this was gonna happen.
about 45 feet of vertical plummet, but you're a monk, so that doesn't affect you. You land in the sand.
I'm not allowed to die, diffidence. You have to pay me that money back.
Oh, puppy dogs.
I'm not well!
Quick question.
I thought maybe he's gonna jump after one of them goes down.
All right. We're gonna have to add your token to the map real quick. Not you.
This is either brilliant or brilliantly stupid.
I think it's both.
CJ, one quick question.
Sure.
If I cast a spell and if I cast Shield of Fate and he moves with out of the range of 60 feet, does he still get the effect? Or is the range only on the cast itself?
It's on the cast itself.
Okay. Because as he is jumping down, I cast Shield of Fate on diffidence.
Okay. Diffidence.
Giving out a
Roll
+2
initiative.
on his armor class.
No!
Initiative.
Even if I don't catch, John will like rush to the balcony and see if he could like grab him by the scruff of the neck before he falls.
Good luck.
Make a dexterity check. John Rosa and Diffidence, make a dexterity check.
Dex save or check? Just check.
Check for you. You're moving on purpose.
Okay. Okay. Roll.
You get there. You grab him. I'm gonna need you to make a strength saving throw, John Rosa.
Okay, strength saving throw. Gotcha.
Yeah, I already narrated that he gets into the arena, but
Yeah, it's fine. Oh!
yeah, with that, yeah, he's definitely in the arena. You don't fall with him. Just the scruff of his
okay.
the clothing just tears away completely. It completely fails on him, and he's now
He
missing.
just falls naked.
He's just missing like his scarf, his cloak. You have it. So
Oh, thank God. The
You
rest of
want
it
to
was attached to something else.
Yeah, John's just grabbing by the scruff. No! And like he falls down.
did you roll initiative?
I did. I got
Okay.
a 19.15.
All right, you go first. The werewolves are beating the shit out of each other in close combat.
How should I start this? Alright, well...
Do a dance.
I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna run up to them, and whichever one is on top, I'm gonna kick it in the face!
Okay.
So, here we go. Why is it? Oh, there we go. Okay. Alright, so... Do I get surprised for this, actually?
No.
No? Damn.
$22 hits.
Nice. Okay, and... I think I'm gonna do another thing here. I'm gonna go ahead and use my extra attack, and then I'm gonna use patient defense. But so extra attack. I imagine 10 does not hit.
Nope.
Alright, and then I use patient defense, and I believe that's all I can do since I'm using my bonus action on patient defense.
Okay. The announcer goes, "Looks like we have a newcomer to the ring. Per the rules, all bets on this are now tripled."
TJ, I want to act on this. Tell me when the turn is over.
Okay. Primal will go now. He turns to you and grins and says, completely lucidly, "Looks like somebody wants to die today." And he's going to make 2 claw attacks and 1 bite attack.
I took the dodge action. I'm just trying to remember. That's like a disadvantage,
Yeah,
right?
it's disadvantage. So the first one misses. Second one is a 12. I assume that also misses.
It does.
Okay. And now for the bite.
Dividends becomes a werewolf.
That one misses. So you're too noodly for him to get you. The other one's gonna do the same thing. 2 claw attacks and a bite. That one's also a 7. That one's a 13.
Not enough.
And this one is a 6. Also misses. You're too noodly.
Hell yeah. Okay.
Fuel of fate.
What is it? Remind me what Shield of Faith is doing for me. Let me see.
It's
Oh,
increasing.
+2 to your AC.
+2. Yes, that's right. That's
So you have
amazing.
a 17
Okay.
AC right now.
Yeah, I wasn't even considering that when I was saying those missed.
Okay, it is
Ayo.
now your turn. Again.
Perfect. So, which one of them is more beat the hell up?
Okay, make a perception check for me. Or an insight check.
Alright. Happy to. That's gonna be was insight for sure. I'd like to use lucky on that actually.
Sure.
Yeah. So pull that again. That's much better.
Nice.
Funnily enough, they look pretty even, and they look pretty unharmed now that you're looking at them. They were going to town on each other, but in the time period that they stopped attacking each other and focused on you, they've healed.
Yeah, out of character. That's totally what I was worried about. That's alright. I'm gonna... So, my best bet is knocking one of them out very quickly. So, I'm gonna try to do that. That was Primal I hit before, right?
Yep.
So I'm gonna slap on him. I'm gonna slap on him again, and then I'm gonna flurry of blows.
Okay.
Alright, so the 19, and then the
Hits.
second attack. Alright.
Hits.
16. And then my flurry of blows attacks.
Hits. And hits.
What the fuck are these rolls? And keep in mind, I got those magic monk fists, so that actually hurt them. Or at least
Magic bludgeoning.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you pummel Primal. Fist, kick, fist. He seems to be taking the blows. He's going. It's now his turn. He
That's fine.
shakes it like, and sort of seems to rebound a little bit from the blows, and then goes to make his attacks on you. 1 bite, 2 claw. 12 misses you. 15 misses you, yeah?
Yep.
22 doesn't, though. 22 hits
No.
you. He's going to claw you for 5 points of damage.
Took off that extra max HP.
Now Sumara is going to do the same.
Alright.
Misses on the bite. 17 on the claw.
What the heck?
And misses on the second claw. Dealing 10 slashing damage with the claw attack he hit you with.
Okay. Nice. So it's my turn again now, I imagine, yeah?
Yep.
Wait, hold up.
Yeah?
I said that in this turn I wanted to act.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna join this. Oh my god, Darrow. We're doing this? Okay, I'm your bodyguard. Ah, shit. Okay, CJ, I'm gonna join the combat. Do I roll initiative?
No, you have to jump in first. You have 45
No, I
feet
am
to
going
fall.
to jump. I am declaring that I'm going to jump.
Okay. So yeah, you fall 45 feet. which is 46 bludgeoning damage when you hit the ground.
How much?
46, which is 12.
46. Okay, 12 damage.
Yep.
Okay. Can I roll something to stop this much damage, like acrobatics?
You can roll acrobatics.
Ooh, big money.
You'll take 6 total.
Okay, 6 total.
You may roll
Uh-huh.
initiative now.
Archer is just cheering them on.
Do your best, guys. Friendship.
Okay. Currently at 76 HP. Initiative. Okay. Ooh, good money. John is on the balcony just looking at this. He's looking at Arthur, looking... fuck! He's going to take out his shield from his back. And he tries to take off like one of his hand axes from his bag. Attached, probably cannot take it off. Right?
Can't take it off. Nope.
Nope. Fuck.
Yeah, none of your weapons work.
Okay, yeah. He Arthur, you see like him like for some moments tries to take off his hand axe for a weapon, anything. He says fuck it and then just jumps into the arena and rushes for Daffodil.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a second addition to the fight. Anyone else want to die today?
In attack.
Diffidence, it's your turn.
Alright. So it was Primal I hit before.
Yep.
Can I tell how he's looking still, or?
Based on your prior roll, he looks slightly worse than he was before. You did hit him pretty hard, but he recovered from that. These guys are captains of the guard. They're not your standard out-of-the-box werewolf.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, I'm still gonna slap on Primal again. So I'm gonna
Sure.
use the old 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
That one I'm gonna. Oh my god. I'd like to. Honestly? I'm gonna lucky that 7.
Okay. Because that's 3 misses out of 4 attacks. Okay, that's
That's a lot
two.
better.
That's 2 hits. That's 2 hits. So you swing, miss, turn around and kick. Connects. Kick again. That connects. Fourth swing with your arm. Miss.
I'm gonna use drunken technique to kind of fall back a step or two to stand next to John.
I don't think you'll be able to hurt them with your hands. Mine are magic. Maybe try to hold on to one.
You won't flow if they don't kill us, I'm gonna kill you!
I'll take my odds on that.
Okay. It is now your turn, John.
Okay. I am going to rush to them. This is a stupid question, but I just want to make sure they're not using any weapons.
They're not
Correct.
using weapons.
Okay. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna punch. I'm gonna punch one. Oh, I might as well should ask this. For my Battle Master maneuvers, I need a weapon attack. Is unarmed weapon attack considered a weapon attack?
I'm gonna say an unarmed attack is not a weapon attack, It is a melee attack, but not a weapon attack.
Can help you with that in the next round.
Thank you, buddy. Alright, okay. I'm going to...
You don't have a black belt, so I'm not going to say your hands are weapons.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's kind of shitting on the monk there a little bit. So
Yeah.
let the monk have their thing.
Yeah, I'm going to grapple one of them. I'm gonna grapple the one that's like Daffodil's been wailing on.
Okay, you're gonna try to grapple Primal.
Yep. That's a 13.
Okay, he's going to use his reversal ability. Fails the reversal. So, you lock him up, you have him grappled at the moment. You feel like he tried to move to reverse it on you, but you were a little quick and wiry.
Second attack, I'm gonna shove him to the ground.
Okay, you're gonna shove. Strength saving throw, right?
He's not yeah. He's not 2 sizes larger than me, is he?
No. He's like
Okay.
8.5 feet tall. Yeah.
Ooh, 24.
21. So you shove him to the ground, and he hits a knee in the sand.
Yeah, so John Rosa is going to go grapple this werewolf, kick him on the back of the knee, throw him on the ground. Do I have any movement left so I can like drag him closer to Daffodil?
You guys are already in melee combat, so there's no need to drag him anywhere.
Okay, that's fine. And this is for shits and giggles, but I'm going to use my bonus action for my feat Shield Master, and I want to use that to just shove the other one.
Okay. The shove attack on the other one?
Yep, Shield Master allows me to use a bonus action to shove a creature within 5 feet of me.
I wonder if you could make your shield into an improvised weapon. Maybe your
I could.
Battle
Maybe.
Master stuff would work then.
Maybe, depends on the DM, but I already restrained the guy, so next turn. Yeah. So I'm gonna shove him into the ground too. Not gonna grapple him. Ooh, 13.
Nope. 24.
Okay, yeah, he's
You
not
try
shoved.
to shove Sumeral with the shield. Sumeral kind of like hands out and braces against it, chuckles.
Yeah, but that's fine. John Rose is with the with the knee just pressing the other werewolf to the ground, and that's my turn.
He's gonna use his reversal ability. The other werewolf, Primal. You need to make a strength saving throw.
Nice. Oh, sorry. I roll
That was an
I roll
athletics check. Yeah, you need
that's
to.
17. My strength saving throw is 7, so that's gonna be a 24.
Okay. Just over what you needed. So he almost reverses it on you. You step out, but he has broken out of being pushed to the ground. He's now going to try to break out of the grapple. Go ahead and make the athletics check.
Ooh, that's a 12.
Yeah, he breaks out of the grapple, and now he's going to slash you. It's a 5. That misses.
Right. Remember that since he's prone, he has his advantage.
He's not prone anymore.
Oh, he uses movement to get up. Wait, hold up. Wait, no. When you start your turn, when you're grappled, you have 0 movement, so he would not be able to stand up?
That's restrained.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you prevented 2 out of 3 attacks from that one. That's still a win in my book.
Sumeral is going to go ham on you, newcomer, since you hit him last with a shield. He's going to try to bite from behind. What is your armor class?
18.
Natural 20. You take 15
Daryl, what are we
points
doing?
of biting damage. Make a strength saving, constitution saving throw for me.
Constitution saving throw.
Okay, you resist the venom.
Okay. The venom, god damn.
Claw attacks now. Another natural 20.
Jesus, really?
Yeah.
Regret everything.
It's 19 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
And a regular 20 for the second slash attack.
Wow.
And that is 7 points of slashing damage.
7 points, okay.
Yeah.
This puts me at 40...
24,
Eight.
a 24, and then a 20 was what Sumeral rolled on you.
20... Yeah, okay, that's put me at like a 46 something health? I'm just a little tip away from half health. Jesus, Daryl. We're going to die.
You have one less health than I do at the moment, so...
Imagine just me coming back to the tavern and just explaining
Yeah,
that you two got
yeah.
killed.
Let's see, 7, 20... 7 plus 19 plus 15. You should have taken 41 damage that round.
Oh shit, wait, 41?
I have you has taken 30, so you need to take 11 more.
41. No, I'm way worse than this. I'm way over half health. Yeah, I'm like this. 35 damage. No, 35 HP.
Yep. Okay, that brings us back to Diffidence.
Oh man, I hope Primal's at least getting somewhat low.
You can make an You can make an insight check if you'd like.
I'll do that. Please. Fuck.
Oh,
No, he looks fine now.
go get those.
It seems to you now, even with an 11, that their healing factor is outpacing the damage you're doing to them. They can only really hurt each other on criticals, it looks like.
There.
Huh.
I don't suppose we could talk about this.
He wants to talk now.
Yeah, I don't like the way.
Round?
What was that?
Is it the top of the round? Can I do a little bit?
It is the top of the round. If you want to do something, you can. But this does not look good for your friends now. The Lord Matthias Crisbane is saying, this does not look good for your friends.
Looks in his backpack. He says, "I know," with a big smile on his face. Grabs a handful of crossbow bolts and just yeets them in the arena, so certain people can use them as improvised weapon.
Okay. There's a shower of crossbow bolts.
What am I going to do?
All right.
I just came here to drag you out.
Diffidence, it is now your turn.
There's not really an convenient exit to this, is there?
No, it is 15 feet straight up the wall or through either gate A or gate B, and both of which are shut and locked.
That's what I figured.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Rope.
I was thinking there might be a chance on this to, like, make a spectacle and then pronounce a big statement, but that might not happen. We'll see. I'm gonna still try to beat the shit out of Primal. Was it him who was mocking me?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm still gonna make you eat those words, doggy.
So, I'm gonna give him the old 1, 2, and then I'm gonna... I'll do it again. 2. Hwah!
Oh no. You got one of those luckies?
3 of those hit.
Okay, I mean 3 hits is good. That's not bad.
End of your turn?
Yeah, I can't really do too much else here.
Okay. John Rosa, your turn.
I'm face palming right now.
Sorry about the long episode, guys.
I guess I'm going to second win. Yeah, second win.
Okay.
Okay, I recovered 10 HP. Jesus.
You still try to lock one of them down.
How big are the walls again?
15 feet.
15 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Daryl, I have a plan.
Yeah?
What if I throw one of them at the wall and then you climb him and then you jump out?
Or I'm not leaving you here.
If you are up there, then you can do something to get me out. But like, this is better than dying here. Okay. DM, can I use my shield as an improvised weapon?
Yes.
Okay. Improvised weapon is only my stat, not my proficiency.
Indeed.
Okay. Ah, shit. Let's go. How far away we are from the walls?
I'll say 20 feet.
10 feet, okay. Does that hit the guy?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Okay, yeah. It's gonna be a D... How much damage would that should be? D4?
It's an improvised weapon, so it does your strength. Your strength bonus.
Okay, so 4.
Yeah.
Okay, so only 4 damage?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so 4 damage, and I'm gonna use my maneuver to pushing attack. He
Okay.
needs to make he needs to make DC 15 strength save.
Fails.
Push 15 feet into the walls.
Okay, you push him 15 feet towards the wall. Gets
Yep.
him up against the wall. Doesn't flatten him against the wall, but it gets him next to it.
Gets him against the wall. Doesn't really matter, but it does a 1d6 extra damage. Maybe. I
Okay.
don't know. Okay, with that in mind, am I able to climb him and then jump off him into like and try to grab the what is it
The lip?
the
Side.
yeah, climb up his 8 foot frame and then jump off him.
You have 1 attack left. How much movement do you have left?
I have 30 feet left,
You have 30
But-
feet left?
but I would like to use action surge, so I have dash, so I can have 60 feet.
Okay, so you can... I don't see how you had 30 feet left, but you can have your action surge 60 feet plus 15 from the push, and
Oh,
your
Oh,
remaining attack.
because I would be like getting.
Yeah, I mean, it would have to cost movement to, you know, train push somebody. Does that make sense?
It doesn't say that on the maneuver, but sure.
It doesn't say it on the maneuver, but you know, you
Okay.
can't move without going.
Uh,
I mean,
Okay,
I
yeah.
thought your intention was to move with it, right?
it doesn't matter because I was going to like go up to him and then climb him either way, so that the movement
Right.
is
It doesn't
gonna be
matter.
either way.
It doesn't matter either way. Right.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, so
All right.
that movement I'm gonna try to climb him.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a athletics or acrobatics roll.
Ooh, 16.
Okay. You start to try to climb him. He says, "Nah," and he grabs you as you're trying to climb him. He has you grappled now.
Wow.
He used his reversal on you.
Okay.
So you're grappled against him.
Okay. Bonus action. Shield Master to push him away and break the grapple.
Wasn't it a bonus action to use your other maneuver?
No, the maneuver.
No, that was
happens
part of
when
a
I
weapon attack. Okay, yeah. So to shield master shove him?
Yeah.
Sure.
Doesn't take a bonus action for second wind.
Ooh.
Second wind does take a bonus action. So you've already
Oh,
used it.
does-
Sorry, dude.
Oh.
That's
Okay,
right.
Never mind then. Never mind then.
Sorry, that would have been epic.
Waste of a
Yeah.
natural 20, though.
Alright, that is the end of your turn. Brings us to Primal. Primal is going to suplex you into the wall. You gotta beat a 14 athletics as he tries to suplex you into the wall.
That's an 11.
Yep. Okay, he suplexes you straight into the wall. You take... six points of bludgeoning damage as he does that. So you try to climb him, he grabs you, brings you down to level, and then slams your head up against the wall, drops you prone. So you're no longer grappled. You're on the ground now, prone.
Okay.
He's gonna claw attack you twice, but he's basically stomping you. That 6 is gonna miss. And that 7's gonna miss. You roll out of the way of both stomps before he can get you. And those would have crushed your rib cage. It's now Sumaraw's turn, who is right next to you, Diffidence. Hi!
Hi.
And he's gonna bite and claw you. The bite's gonna miss. Claw's a 17, that'll hit. And that other claw is a miss.
Okay.
So being the slippery noodly self, you only take 7 damage. He snaps at you, jaws clacking near you. You turn, you just skitter away, almost far enough as his claws reach out and rake your stomach. And then his other claw reaches out to rake you across the shoulder, but you skitter away just out of reach for that second one.
Oh.
It is your turn now. Sumaraw is the closer werewolf.
Yeah. But I also see Primal beating up on my boy, so I'm gonna go straight for Primal.
Okay.
Daryl, Gooba stomp him and leave! You need to leave!
I have an idea.
Sumaraw makes a claw attack at you as a attack of opportunity. 19 hits.
Fuck.
Dealing 9 points of slashing damage.
Alright. I'm gonna zip on by, ignoring that hit, and I'm going to kick Primal literally in the butt. Right up the butt.
Okay.
Yes. Alright.
That hits.
And for that, I'd like to use a key point,
Okay.
and I'm gonna make that a... you know what? I'm gonna... No, I'm not gonna do that. So I'm gonna make another attack.
That hits.
I'm gonna give him another kick right up the butt. I'm trying to piss him off very hard. Okay. And I'm gonna take a dodge action. Now, I'm about to speak to the crowd here, and if, you know, to go ahead and stop me if I'm kind of exceeding the time frame of this turn.
Sure.
Spectators of the court, you came here to see a fight, and I came here to deliver a message. Cruinth fights to protect you as we speak. Its sons and daughters die constantly on the field of battle against unknowable horrors. We came to ask for help, because the fight there looks like the fight right here. They're not incapable, and we delivered a good fight today. Doesn't look like we're going to win this, and it doesn't look like that either, where they are. Your council turned down help, but I ask you, what will happen when the demons come here? With no Cruinth left to defend your borders.
Okay. You're way over time, but that's fine. John Rosa, your turn.
Shit. I got a question, Daryl. Do you have more of your speech? Do you feel does Diffadil look like he's has more of the speech to say, and he needs like time to say it?
I could keep going if it's gonna help the eventual hopeful persuasion check.
Fuck
I
me.
mean, you can make that persuasion check now if you'd like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
This is what I was saving my last lucky for.
I wanted to say something because I don't know if you planned for this, but this mirrors exactly the situation you're talking about. Both of us are fighting against horrors, and we have no chance of winning without help. This is exactly mirroring the situation, and it might be good.
Any chance I can get a advantage on it anyway?
No.
Because of the crazy...
No. No.
Damn!
Sorry. I am brutal. No.
No, I get it. I get it. It makes sense. I had to try though.
You get to roll.
Yeah. Yeah.
14.
Oh, should I use my lucky on that?
Yes. Yes.
It's a good roll.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
For me.
Lucky picks the higher of the two.
Does it?
Yeah.
Oh,
I believe.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
There, no.
Hmm?
I think I can protect you so you can deliver your speech and maybe you can roll again. I don't know, dude.
I can protect myself to deliver the speech and roll again. I use the dodge action. I'll be fine. But I'm gonna use lucky now. I'm gonna use it now.
Oh my god, please, please,
Oh,
God.
baby.
Oh!
You'll take the 14?
Yeah, that's right.
Alright. It's now John Rose's turn.
Holy shit.
So after being suplexed into a wall and nearly stomped into paste at Primal's feet, you're prone.
Okay, I'm gonna get up
Okay.
and I'm gonna smack him with my shield again.
Okay. Bonk.
No, that's a 6.
Weakly, you hit him with the shield, and you feel your hands shake as your metal shield comes into contact with his hard muscles.
A 19, and I'm gonna hit him again with for another
4, right?
pushing attack.
Trying
Throw
to.
him against the wall.
He's already like standing next to the wall. Are you trying to push him into the wall?
I want to do the same thing he did to me, which is suplex me into the wall.
Okay. You're okay. So he's got to make a strength saving throw.
Yeah, 15.
8. Yeah. So you kind of like push him into the wall. Ugh.
And then I don't have the movement to jump. Fuck. A bonus action, I go into athletics again, so he falls. So I'm gonna shove him into the ground. Oh yeah, by the way, that dealt plus my strength bonus. That dealt a total of 9 damage.
Oh, okay.
They healed up, but I'm just giving the numbers because.
Is that from
like
your?
that-
That's from your martial thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah,
Now you're trying to shove him into the ground.
yeah.
This is another strength saving throw for him, or athletics check.
Athletics check or acrobatics if they want to.
Beats it with a 21.
Nice. Okay.
So he's braced up against the shield, pushing back against you. You guys are locked, basically, pushing against each other.
I don't suppose this speech is gonna make you stop, right? Huh?
His eyes narrow and he just snarls at you. Where's my snarl? There it is. Okay. He's gonna bite. Try to bite you. It's his turn now. That's a 23 to hit.
What's the point of having good AC?
3 points of piercing damage. However, you need to make a Constitution saving throw.
Yep. Righto, boss. This is the day I become a werewolf. Check it out.
Get morphed.
Woo!
Oh, you're okay. And I didn't say it was gonna make you be a werewolf. It doesn't work that way in
Oh,
Groove. Doesn't work that way in Val'Ghast. He does have venom, but
Oh shit.
it doesn't give you lycanthropy. It's not how you become a lycanthrope.
Oh boy.
Alright, it's now Sumaral's turn. Because, oh no, he's got 2 more attacks. He's going to try to rip the shield from you. So,
His army?
yeah, he's just going to try to disarm you. This is an athletics. You got to be a 16.
24.
Okay, you hang onto it. He says, I'll take the frisbee. And he does it again. Roll again.
Okay.
You still hang on to it. He looks pissed.
I'm
Sumer
gonna give him a non-damaging headbutt.
doesn't do anything. But you do, like, headbutt his chest. His fur feels nice.
Ooh, werewolf booba.
The other werewolf is coming up behind you, Diffidence, and he's gonna try to pick you up and body slam you.
Alright.
You need to make an athletics check. Alright, that was the wrong stat. Okay, yeah, he picks you up over your head and he's gonna try to slam you into the ground for that.
I should have asked if I could have used acrobatics. Not that it would have saved me here.
You take 4 points of bludgeoning damage. I know he's gonna take 2 claw attacks on you, basically stomping on you on the ground. You're prone now.
Damn. So I took the dodge action. Maybe that cancels out the advantage.
Well, he missed on that first attack. And let's see. Well, it'll cancel out the advantage. 14 misses you, yeah?
Yes.
So you're rolling around like a little caterpillar back and forth, trying to not get stomped to death. It's Sumeral's turn. It's now your turn, Diffidence. It's the top of the order. Did you want to do something, Arthur, in the peanut gallery?
Yeah, he grabs his rope out of his backpack.
Okay.
And is there something to tie the rope to?
Yeah, there's like a banister of sorts.
He's going to tie the rope to that and throw the rest of it down.
Okay. You tie the rope to that, you throw the rest of it down. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a rope in the arena! There's boos, there's cheers. There's a rope. Yeah, there's a rope dangling like 15 feet from you guys. Alright, Diffidence, your turn.
I'm gonna shout, "You say cowards, but do any of you want to die when the demons come here?" And so, what's going on again with John and Primal? Because Primal does he have Primal grappled?
Yes,
No.
he currently has.
Yeah.
He's facing off with Primal at the moment. Primal and him are basically fighting over his shield. Primal bit him over the shield, which, you know, his hands being occupied by the shield doesn't stop him from biting you. So,
Right.
but Primal's up against the wall, basically.
Okay. I'm going to... Sec. Oh, I thought I had this, but I couldn't see it. Okay. I'm going to use Leap to my feet because I am a Way of the Drunken Master.
Sure.
And literally just get out from under him in the most, like, wiggly way possible.
Uh-huh.
And then I'm gonna go ahead and use an attack to slap him.
Okay. Misses.
Fuck. I'm gonna make another attack.
Mm-hmm. That one hits.
Nice. Okay. And I'm gonna make that a stunning strike.
Ooh.
Okay. DC.
14, I believe.
And what is the... Save type?
Con.
Con?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 14.
He fails. Sumaral is stunned.
I imagine I just slapped him like full-handed, and he's just kind of like...
He just like double takes for a second. He stands up, bolt upright. His ears go back. Totally unexpected move from you, and that has like mentally stunned him. Like if you had punched him, or tried to kick him in the nards, or even probably stabbed him, he would not have reacted this way. But this was such a like slap. He's just beside himself. That's why he's stunned.
Gentle pat on the butt.
I'm gonna point at him and say, "You should be ashamed of yourself." And I'm gonna.
You know that look dogs have when they've, been surprised in this fashion and their ears are back all the way and their eyes go fully to the side? That's how he looks right now.
And I'm gonna yell to John, "John, go for the rope!" And that's the end of my turn.
Okay. You're not gonna move while he's stunned?
Actually, well, yeah, I'll go over there and try to keep Primal occupied. Yeah.
Okay. You run up and you get near Primal.
That's all I can do. Well, I might. That was a special. So actually, I still have my bonus action. I'm gonna smack on Primal.
Okay.
I'm gonna use another key.
I gotta find this dude's original character sheet.
I have one key left. Holy shit. Alright. And...
Keep that ready for a step of the wind.
Where's your roll?
I'm doing it now, sorry. There we go.
There it is. Oof. Second one hits, though.
Yeah. Right. And that's the end of my turn.
6 points of damage. Okay. Alright, that's the end of your turn. John Rosa, it's your turn now.
Okay, I'm gonna go for the rope.
Okay, you run to the rope.
Nice. Does Primal grapple me or something as an attack opportunity?
Are you leaving the shield behind?
Oh, did he grapple my shield?
He's holding your shield. Trying to
May as
frisbee it away from you.
Oh, I thought I passed those disarm rolls.
Yeah, but he's... No, they're not disarm... Yeah, you pass those rolls.
Okay.
That doesn't mean he let it go.
Okay, okay, yeah, I'm gonna try to take that back. That's mine.
Okay.
How do they do that?
Athletics check.
Oh, boy. Ooh, 27.
Oh, yeah. You pull it back. Probably because he's now distracted by Diffidence's sudden appearance. And you want to scoot away? He's going to try to bite you.
Yeah, sure.
Nom.
10 misses. You just hear the clacking of his teeth behind your head as you narrowly escape.
Mm-hmm.
You get to the rope. Would you like to start climbing?
As soon as I get close to the rope, I'm actually going to do like a standing long jump. No, a standing high jump so I can get up as high as I can.
Okay. Let's get you up quite a few feet. Vertical leap, I think, is your strength bonus plus something. I don't know off the top of my head.
It is my. If I have a running start, a high jump is equal to 7
strength.
feet off the ground.
Okay, you get 7 feet up the rope. You have far to go.
And I can possibly like reach more if, by adding the size of half my size, which is equal to my arm's length, which is 16 if I could calculate this because I'm 6'2".
So your wingspan is about the same as your height. So if he's 6'2", you can add half an arm's length, which is 3 feet, roughly.
Okay.
So you have 35 feet left to climb. You're 10 feet out off the ground, basically.
We're going up.
All right. End of your turn. It is now Primal's turn. Primal is gonna take 3 attacks on Diffidence. Because you're right
Fair
there,
enough.
Diffidence.
That is okay.
The bite misses. You're wiggly. The claw hit 15.
No, 17 because of the shield.
Natural
Shield
20 for the second claw attack.
Oh,
17 points of damage slashing.
I'm still alive.
He's got how many hit points left?
10.
10. Okay.
no.
Daryl, you have one more speech, baby.
Sumara is going to basically ignore the coward climbing out of the arena and come for Diffidence.
Isn't he still stunned? He's stunned
yes.
till the end of his next turn.
Yes, he's
Yeah.
stunned until the end of this turn, so now he is no longer stunned, but his turn is over. Okay.
Right.
That brings us back to the top of the order. Arthur, is there anything you want to do?
Arthur's going to reach down to help everyone that is trying to get up.
Okay. You're gonna try to pull the rope out from up so that John Rosa can get out faster?
How much rope is laying on the ground?
So it's about 45 feet vertically to the bottom. So it's about 5 feet of rope on the ground.
No, I'm just gonna reach down so he can grab my hand and I'm gonna pull him up like that. So, Diffidence still has enough rope.
Okay. Okay.
Alright.
That brings us to Diffidence. Your turn.
Yup. How far is the rope from me?
Probably like 10 feet.
I feel like Sumara is like in between me and the rope, right?
Yeah, kind of.
So if I were to position myself in between him and the rope to kind of stand in front of the rope and prevent them from stopping John, that probably wouldn't trigger an attack of opportunity, yeah?
Probably not.
Okay.
If you stand
And
where
that's what
like
I'm-
the rope is.
You know, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna stand there in front of it, and I'm gonna look out tired at the crowd. This is the end. Remember what you've heard this day. Change. And I'm going to I'm gonna try to deliver a good old uppercut. Fuck, I'm gonna try again.
Critical.
Nope.
Ah,
Miss.
Oh no. And I'm
Almost
gonna use
critical
my
miss.
last key. This is my last resource, period. for dodge. So dodge action now.
Okay.
That's the end of my turn.
Alrighty, that brings us to John Rosa.
Ooh, how far away am I from the edge, and how far away am I from Daffodil?
So you are 35 feet from safety. You are maybe like your legs are probably within 4 to 5 feet of Daffodil's head, Diffidence's head.
Can I let go of the rope so I can go like down enough, grab Daffodil by the scruff of the neck, and just throw him upwards?
No, you're so
No!
close.
You gotta make it!
No,
I'm here to defend you!
Damn it, guys.
I'm literally trying to defend your rope.
I will protect the mission, which is to protect you!
Oh,
The first expedition are not cowards. They're the first line of crew, and use me in this narrative.
Okay, you want to drop down and throw him up? You're not going to be able to do that without his character consent.
I mean, if he drops, I won't stop him, but like, I'm gonna be very upset. If I realize what you're going to do, I don't know if Diffidence would. He's gonna probably try to tell you not to do it.
There,
Hmm.
either Diffodil realizes that John is gonna be the last one to leave this arena, or rather, he's gonna be the second after you leave. So you either leave this arena, or he's not going to. I want to jump down next to Daffodil,
Okay.
put my shield up, and action dodge.
All right. Make a dexterity
want to defend
saving
Daffodil.
throw for me.
Because I'm up.
Because you're over
Yeah.
10. You're 10 feet or over.
Yeah. Did you say dexterity or acrobatics?
Dexterity.
Okay.
Yeah, you can still twist your ankle pretty bad. Ooh.
That's a 4.
Yeah, when you hit the sand, you twist your ankle for 5 bludgeoning damage. Ouchie.
Yep. Ouchie, ouchie. Okay, yeah.
Okay, so you hit the sand.
Shoot up in front of Daffodil, between him and the werewolves.
Okay. It is, anything else you want to do in your turn?
I want to try to make my own speech, I guess.
Okay.
Oh shit, dude, I gotta commit, you know?
Yeah.
I am John Rosa, captain of the first expedition. Crewent doesn't leave their allies behind.
Huh? You were a captain?
I was?
No. Why'd you say captain then?
No, I put it on my backstory, right?
No, I thought we talked about the whole captain thing. You'd have to be a knight to be a captain.
I don't remember the conversation. Okay, then, sorry.
Sorry, I just...
I
it's a
did
thing.
pick the knight background.
You pictured age to be a captain, so late 40s, 50s. Oh, I see. I was talking about something else. I didn't realize you wanted to be a captain. Your power level would be way higher if you were a captain.
Oh, okay, then. What would be appropriate then?
Probably lieutenant.
Okay. John Rose, the lieutenant of the first expedition. When the demons come at your door, the Corinthian army will not leave you behind. And then he just like under his breath goes to Daffodil, leave, leave, and raises his shield to take the blows.
Okay. Sorry. I didn't mean, I know I kind of like derailed you there for a second. I just wanted to make sure that lore point was covered.
Yeah, no, don't worry about it. Yeah, make a point. When the demons come attacking the first expedition, I am the example that Cruenting would not leave you behind, and will lay down their lives for you in comrades in arms. That's the image I'm trying to pass.
Mhm.
As I valiantly or foolishly going to try to defend Diffidence as he climbs, or maybe he doesn't. I don't know.
Okay. End of your turn, right?
Yep.
Persuasion
Yep.
check.
Oh shit. Daryl, give me some good words so it rolls a 20. Come on, man, blow my dice.
On your dice. I don't know what to say, man. I was trying to let you escape.
We do this as buddies. We fail and we die together. Let's go. Ah!
Okay. All right. It is now Primal's turn.
Oh no.
He charges you. He's gonna make his
Right.
3 attacks.
With disadvantage.
On me or
On John, because he's,
on John?
you know. 9 misses. "13 misses. And 11 misses. Sumara is gonna come and he's gonna try the same. "10 misses. A natural 1. 15
No.
misses. Alright. It's their turn.
The shield of the first expedition stands tall.
Okay. That brings us back to Diffidence. You're on the ground. With the rope.
I'm. Oh yeah. I thought you were saying I was prone.
No.
Alrighty. Well, I'm out of key. So.
Yeah, I was trying to let you get out of here, but I guess we die together.
I'm gonna slap Primal again.
I'm
Hits. Misses.
Still gonna try to deliver a good old just kick to the nads.
Okay.
And that's actually all I can do here, I think.
Alright. End of your turn. John Rosa, your turn.
No, you were meant to leave! And I'm just going to go and like compliment, smacking down on the same one that my friend is doing. Ah, shit. Ah, boy.
Bonk, bonk. Misses.
And athletics for a shove.
Okay. It's a strength saving throw or an athletics check for him?
Athletics or acrobatics.
How are you getting a +6 on that? A +10 on that? Jesus, you're doubly proficient in athletics.
I got expertise on that.
Okay. Nope. You shove him. Shove him back a bit.
Yep.
It's their turn now. They take up flanking positions around you both. And, let's see, eeny, meeny, miny, moe. Primal's gonna take 3 attacks on you, Diffidence.
That's fine.
16 for the bite, misses, right?
Yes.
16 again for claw. And 14. Sumeral's turn. Bite. Ooh, misses. Claw. Misses. That one hits 22. Dealing.
That's on me.
Yes, 7 points of damage.
Alright. Okay. I'm still.
That's the end of their turn.
Alright.
So they have maneuvered around you both on opposite sides of you. You guys are kind of clustered next to the rope, defending each other, ignoring the rope that could lead you out to fight instead.
I mean,
It's your turn, Diffidence.
in a way, it is like those like chained to a tree kind of protest, I guess.
Yeah.
We gotta. We are like that Buddhist monk that like set himself on fire.
That's exactly what I was thinking of. God. I'm gonna. I imagine Primal's the one in front of me.
Sure, yeah. You've been picking a fight with him the whole time. He's been
Yeah.
giving it as good as he gets it. Though he looks...
Yeah.
does not look bad.
Yeah, I know.
His healing factor is crazy.
Yeah, I'm realizing.
I'm your
gonna...
fool.
What were you saying?
Climb, you fool.
There's no flying here.
There is
gonna tell-
another episode after this, is all I'm saying.
I know.
Exactly.
I'm gonna tell him, your curse won't save you if nothing changes. And I'm gonna slap him again.
Okay. Hits. Hits.
And... Nice.
14. Okay.
That's the end of my turn.
Okay. And you're not gonna try to climb up and out? You got
No.
45 feet of movement. You could get to the lip of that upper level where your friend is with that movement.
John couldn't make it though, and if I leave, they're gonna focus him and he'll go down quick. No, Diffidence is absolutely the kind of person that would sacrifice himself just because, like, he assumed his god told him to. And I think that's the headcanon for me right now.
Okay.
So, he's
You're
not
both
doing it.
It's the wrong headcanon. Okay, end of your turn. John Rosa, your turn.
No, it's not the wrong headcanon, CJ, because here's his god acting upon him. I'm gonna grab it, and now I'm gonna throw him upwards into the rope.
Okay.
What the fuck?
Athletics check for me. Diffidence, are you going to resist?
No, I won't.
Alright, he
Damn.
basically throws you a good 10 feet into the air. Do you grab the rope?
I might as well, yeah.
Okay, you've got the rope. John Rosa, that was one of your attacks.
Shit. Okay. I'm going to attack one of them with my shield again. Come on, baby. That's a no.
Nope.
And I'm gonna shove one of them.
Okay. Shit, come on. Fucking thing. There we go. Okay. That is a 24 on that athletic skill check. It is now their turn.
Yep.
Primal is going to focus his 3 attacks on you, and Sumra is going to focus his 3 attacks on you. So,
Rip.
nope. On the bite attack. 17?
Nope.
What is your
By 1.
Oh, okay. 18. 22 does hit, though.
Yep.
So that's damage. 7 points of slashing damage from Primal. And here comes Sumara's bite. And that's a natural 20.
Yeah.
It's
How much?
15 points of piercing damage. You need to make a Constitution saving throw.
That might be it.
13. That fails.
Oh no. If it's 9, I'm down.
Could be less than 9. It's not. You take 16 points of poison damage.
I'm down.
Okay. You're down from that. And then Sumaral's got claw attack, so he's going to try to jump claw you, Diffidence.
Okay.
Claw disadvantage because you got to jump for it. 7 misses.
Okay.
And he's going to jump for it. 19 is going to hit you.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Okay. It's 8 points of slashing damage.
And I fall off the rope then.
Yep.
Because I'm down.
Yep.
Jeez.
You fall off the rope, you hit the ground, you lose a death saving throw from hitting the ground.
Do
The
they
action
coupe de
still-
grasses?
Sorry?
Do they coupe de grace? That French word which means like kill the guy while they're down.
Coup de grace
Coup de grace.
is what you're thinking of. You're unaware because you're unconscious. Arthur, on the other hand, you see them like take out your friends, and then they completely forget about them and go back to piling on each other. Diffidence, you've already failed a death saving throw. Go ahead and give me a death saving throw.
Look, Daryl, it's
Yes.
pretty easy. Just don't roll a 1.
Oh, thanks.
And John Rosa, give me your first one.
Wow.
Ooh! Whoa! Diffidence!
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
That's 1.
Natural 20. Very nice. Very good. That deserves
God
a
is with you.
no
That's a
sweat
fa-
and a smug Kova rush. So you fail 1, John Rosa. Go ahead and give me your next one.
Okay. Diffodil, carry me outside.
Yeah, I'm not able to help yet.
Ooh,
Oh
that's a 1, and I think I'm dead.
Yeah, you would perish at this moment. As you're dying from your wounds and from the venom coursing through your veins, your loyalty, as we're aware, sits fully with Krunth, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're thinking probably of Krunth as you're dying. You have the option in this final moment of yours to burn basically your hit dice and do this thing that some characters can do and other characters cannot. This one time and never again. Do you want to burn through your hit dice?
Can you tell me the effect again? What happens exactly when you burn a fate dice?
In this
Hit dice.
particular case, you burn through your hit dice. You will counteract the damage that was dealt to you. How many hit dice do you have right now? 4?
Total 6. Current 4.
4. Then you burn through the 4 hit dice, and if you get over the amount of damage you took, basically 31, you will live. But you will never have the opportunity again with this character to do anything miraculous of this nature.
Just a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
Would spare the dying or cure wounds do anything right now?
Well, you'd have to touch him for cure wounds. Spare the dying, you'd also have to touch him. So you'd have to go down there.
No, that's the problem.
You'd have to have gone down, started to go down there when he went down. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had the
Fair.
chance.
Fair.
Good. This is up to John Rosa. Does his story end here, or would he try to hold on?
I think he's gonna try to hold on.
Okay. Then roll me 48. Or 40-10. 40-10. You're a fighter.
Let's go.
26. You overcome the poison, which I believe was the amount that killed you, right?
It was 16 poison, yeah.
Yeah. So you overcame the poison. You didn't quite overcome the bite, but that didn't kill you. So I will give you 1 death save back. So you're at 2 death saves. So go ahead and roll me another death saving throw.
Quick question. Diffidence. Have you been trying to like do a medicine since you woke up to stabilize me?
We haven't gotten to him yet. This is just what's
Fair
happening
enough.
to you.
Fair enough.
Doesn't death saving throws take 6 seconds each?
Yeah. Normally. This is happening much faster.
Okay,
Fair.
so I have 2 death saves fail and I have 1 success.
Yep.
Okay.
Come on, that's one.
Man, Archer. I wish you were here.
Same. That's one again.
Hate to see it.
Mm.
Oh no.
John Rosa, as he tries to hold on, instead, he bleeds out on the sand.
Those dice rolls.
Jesus, Daryl. You gotta complete this mission for me.
Diffidence, your eyes kind of open a little bit, and John's, the light has gone out in them. And you pass out again.
Damn.
Arthur, you see the battle go on below you between these two titans, and you're not even interested in who wins, really. I don't think.
No.
Eventually, Sumara overcomes Primal, and Sumara wins the bout. Your other patrons on your deck level say, your friends put up quite the fight. Doesn't look like they made it. We'll see what happens. They're cleaning up now. And you know, the usual song and dance of clerics and such come out. Diffidence, you feel yourself being dragged out of there, and you basically come to several hours later, the following morning, in a cold sweat, bandaged to hell and back, in the boarding house that you guys took lodging in. You're alone, but you're alive.
Oh shit!
What?
I remember. After the fight with the trees, we had a long rest, so I would have had all my hit dice. but it's been too long, so
I
whatever.
rolled your long rests this before we started, and it automatically restores.
Yeah,
Oh,
it is
so
half the hit dice you
Yeah.
get back.
Yeah.
did I use that many hit dice? Oh well.
If you feel like you didn't, you can roll 2 more and see if you get high enough.
You know what? I'm not sure, and that's my fault. So it is what it is.
Okay. The rest of you seem to know that something bad happened last night at the arena. We're going to end the evening here. It is almost 9 o'clock. It is probably the crack of dawn for Raven. We will,
Yeah, it's 3 a.m.
yeah, we will pick up around here next time. So, thank you guys for playing with us. Thank you for staying for as long as we went on. I did not plan for it to go this long, but here we are, and we had some amazing role play and some amazing fighting and some dramatic consequences to that as well. The story continues in 2 weeks on August 20th at 4 p.m. US East for a Cities Independence finale. Have a good evening, everyone.